Drop it.
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our activity this afternoon. I hope everyone had their lunch already and that we are ready to listen and take part in our activity this afternoon. Okay, so hello again, everyone. My name is Chelsea Tamayo. I am LGOO3 from the DILG Mimaropa. I am also our assistant Local Governance Resource Center Coordinator. And we welcome you to our activity this afternoon entitled the Mimaropa Lgrc Msac Orientation Meeting, Rebuilding Regional Linkages for the Full Devolution Setup. Now, before we officially start at 1 p.m. for our activity, may we request everyone to please accomplish our attendance link now in our Zoom chat box. So it's already chatted there. And may we also request all of our participants, especially our target Msac partners, to change their username and rename it to the following format. So it's your organization or agency dash your name. So you can use your nickname so that we can properly address you during our activity. So we now have 3 more minutes before it hits 1 p.m. We hope everyone had their lunch already and are all safe during this. Hindi ko po sure if kung nasa iba't ibang parte po yata tayo ng Pilipinas, pero sa amin po dito sa Quezon City ay medyo maulan-ulan since kaninang morning and over the weekend. So I hope everyone's well and safe in your respective areas. Again po, I'm Chelsea Tamayo. I'll be your facilitator for our activity this afternoon entitled the Mimaropa Lgrc Msac Orientation Meeting, Rebuilding Regional Linkages for the Full Devolution Setup. So we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, we request everyone to kindly accomplish the attendance link in our Zoom chat box and change our usernames accordingly. Thank you, everyone, and see you in 2 minutes. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. It's now already 1 p.m. I'm sure everyone is very excited to learn more about the Lgrc and the Msac, not only our existing partners, but of course, most especially with our new target partners. So we'll be getting right into our orientation meeting this afternoon. But before that, we would like to extend our utmost appreciation for everyone's participation and attendance during this afternoon's activity. We know it's the end of the semester, so everyone's like a bit busy, but thank you very much for taking your time to listen to what we have for you this afternoon. So our session is jam-packed with really informative sessions and credible people will discuss it. So we hope that you're as excited as we are to learn more about these topics. Again, welcome to Mimaropa Lgrc Msac Orientation Meeting, Rebuilding Regional Linkages for the Full Devolution Setup. Now, before we officially start, may we request everyone to please feel the presence of our Lord as we do our opening prayer for today's activity.
Panginoon, kami po ay nagpupuri sa iyong kadakilaan. Muli, naririto kami, tumudulog sa iyong harapan upang hilingin ang iyong pagpapala bago namin simulan ang mga gawain sa araw na ito.
Lubos din po ang aming pagpupuri at pasasalamat para sa mga biyayang patuloy mong pinakakaloob sa amin, sa kalakasan ng katawan, sa kasaganaan ng mundo, sa katalinuhan ng isipan, at sa pangako mong buhay na walang hanggan.
Maraming salamat po sa panibagong araw na ipinagkaloob mo sa amin upang patuloy naming magampanan ang aming tungkulin sa loob at labas ng aming tahanan at sa bawat mamamayan na aming pinaglilingkuran.
Patawarin mo rin po kami sa aming mga pagkakasala, kalabisan at sa aming mga pagkukulang, dala ng makamundong kaginhawahan.
Ganun pa man, patuloy pa rin po kaming nananalangin upang kami ay iyong gabayan, kasabay ang kahilingan na iluyo mo kami sa mga tukso na maaaring magsadlak sa amin sa pagkakasala.
Kami ay nagsusumamo na maligtas sa lahat ng uri ng sakuna at mga karamdaman, lalo na sa COVID-19 na bumawi na ng maraming buhay at patuloy nating nilalabanan.
Isinasamo rin namin na huwag mong pabayaan ang mga frontliners na patuloy na nagsisilbi para sa iyong mahal na bayan.
Pagalingin mo po nawa ang mga may sakit at aliwin mo ang mga puso ng mga taong naulila at nagdadalamhati.
Buhayin mo po sa aming mga puso ang tunay na diwa ng pagmamahal upang ito ay magbunsod sa amin ng tunay na paglilingkod ayon sa iyong kalooban.
Ang lahat pong ito ay aming hinihiling at idinadalangin sa banal mong pangalan.
Amen.
Aanyayahan po natin ang lahat na tumindig para sa pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Much everyone. Now we will very close to officially starting our orientation meeting, but before that we would like to remind everyone our activity mechanics or activity reminders for this afternoon. So number one, since we'll be having further discussions later on, kindly change your username following the format flashed on the screen. So agency or your organization dash name. Example, DILG Mimaropa, yours truly, Chels Tamayo. This is so that we can address you properly for this afternoon sessions. Second is kindly mute your microphone if you're not being addressed or you're not the one on currently speaking. This is to avoid distractions during our sessions. And this is optional to turn on your video, but to save bandwidth, we are encouraging everyone to turn off their video if they are experiencing low internet connectivity. But if you want to show us your beautiful and handsome faces, we are very glad to see you, even if it's just virtually. And then third is don't forget to log in your attendance, especially our Msac target partners, at the link in our Zoom chat box. Thank you, everyone. Now, I think there's a much better person than me to introduce this activity and start off this meeting proper. So he'll be providing more details with that later. But at this point, I'd like to acknowledge our participants in this afternoon's activity. So we have our, of course, first from the DILG Mimaropa family, we have our RD and ARD present. Good afternoon, Sir RD Willie and ARD Ray. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Magandang hapon sa lahat.
We also have our provincial directors. Good afternoon din po, ARD. Yes po. We also have our provincial directors present from our 5 provinces and from our 1 city office. So good afternoon, sirs, and welcome to our Msac orientation meeting. I would also like to acknowledge the rest of the DILG Mimaropa personnel who are here to witness our activity this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. But of course, we'd like to appreciate the presence of our partner agencies. So let me just go through them. You may raise your or use the emojis or the reaction buttons to signify your attendance and presence in our activity. But I'll just go over, since we are very blessed, no, that a lot of our target partners, agencies, and institutions have graced us with their presence this afternoon. So I'll just go over them. So from our line agencies, we have, of course, DBM Mimaropa. Good afternoon po kay RD Cells and to our representatives from the DBM Mimaropa. I think they're already on board, no? Good afternoon po. Good afternoon po also sa CHD Mimaropa, Director RD Bacilod. I think he's also represented by their selected staff. So you may use the reactions button. Apologies, we can't find you yet on the screen, but good afternoon po. Good afternoon also to DOT Mimaropa. Andito po si RD Engineer Morales. Good afternoon, sir. Also, we have, of course, NEDA Mimaropa. Siyempre, lalo na full devolution ng ating usapan later. Good afternoon po. Andito po si OIZ RD Mendoza. NEDA Mimaropa also came with their representatives. So, good afternoon po sa mga kasamahan po ni RD Mendoza. We also have DENR Mimaropa. Ang kanila pong Regional Executive Director, Director Ferrer, are also with us today. And some of their representatives. Good afternoon po. We also have from DSWD Mimaropa. There RD also, no? Si RD De Villa. Good afternoon, sir, and to your representatives. And then we also have Dole Mimaropa. So si Attorney Suyaw po ay also will be on board, no, or is on board in our meeting this afternoon. We also have from, of course, DOST Mimaropa, RD Abilay, together with, I think, some of the provincial directors were also will be joining us today. So maraming salamat po for involving your local offices. We also have from DepEd and CHED, so from our educational counterparts sa ating line agencies. So si RD Kapulong from DepEd Mimaropa and si RD Attorney Aliswag from CHED Mimaropa. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Of course, we also have from DICT Luzon Cluster 3, RD Cheryl Ortega. Ayan, very closely co-work po namin sila sa ating vaccination efforts. Magandang hapon po. Salamat po sa pagdalo. And we also have OCD Mimaropa. I think ARD, si ARD po, no? Ang ating kasama.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayun
Present.
Po. Ayun po si ARD Nieves. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And we also have from PSA Mimaropa, si RD Rio Florido. So they'll be with us later on.
Good afternoon po.
We also have
RD po.
from, ayun po, magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay. Ayun po, marami-rami ang ating line agencies na talagang sumusuporta po, no, sa ating magiging activity this afternoon. We also have from TESDA Mimaropa, Engineer Wong. Good afternoon po, sir. And DHUSD Mimaropa, RD Enciso is also on board himself. So good afternoon po, RD. We also have from PRO Mimaropa, their representatives are also present to represent their RD, si General Bondo. We also have from BFP Mimaropa. Magandang hapon po. Maraming salamat po sa pagdalo. Okay po, magandang hapon po. So yun po ang ating line agencies na na-invite and nag-confirm po no, ng kanilang attendance, as well as most of them ay already in here po in our Zoom meeting room. Magandang hapon po. Ngayon naman po, dako tayo sa ating academic sector naman po, no? Meron po palang last, of course. How can we forget? We also have DAP, Center for Governance, so Development Academy of the Philippines. Their managing director, Ma'am Kaluen, is also on board. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. And now we have from the academic sector, we have Director Celestino from the UP Center for Local Governance and Regional Governance. Good afternoon po, ma'am. Also, from our SUCs, present po silang may representative po ang lahat ng ating provinces. So, we have Marinduque State College.
Good afternoon po.
Ayun, good afternoon po. They're here po no, to represent ang kanilang president na si Sir Professor Zulueta. We also have from Occidental Mindoro State College. Maraming salamat po for being able to join. They're representing their president, Dr. Nielo. We also have from Mindoro State University. So yun po, no, recently renamed po to Mindoro State University. We have here with us President Dr. Arago. Sir, good afternoon po. And of course, from Palawan naman po, taga Palawan po kasi ako. So we have two SUCs present here. We have Dr. Docto, the President of Palawan State University.
Ayun, good afternoon po.
Ayun po, magandang hapon po. And from WPU, or the Western Philippines University, we have their President, Dr. Evina. Yeah. Good afternoon po, ma'am. And of course, last but not the least, for our SUCs, we have Romblon State University. Here with us is their President, Dr. Katahay Mani. So good afternoon, ma'am. Si Ma'am Marian po, good afternoon po. Ang isa sa earliest po natin, no, nag-log in sa ating Zoom meeting. Good afternoon, ma'am. We appreciate it po. And now po, no, we're moving on to our LGUs naman po sa ating pong mga leagues and sa ating pong private or CSO and NGOs po that we have here with us. So first po is Forest Foundation Philippines. So I believe we have here with us the presence of their Executive Director, Attorney Jose Andres Canivel. Magandang hapon po, Attorney Canivel, and to all our FFP participants. And of course, we have also with us from the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. We're very lucky to have their presence here with us. We have here their president, Mr. Rene Butch Meili. He's the president of PDRF, as well as Ms. Veronica Gabaldon, their executive director. Good afternoon po. Yeah, they're already here with us. So good afternoon po
Good
sa atin.
afternoon.
Ayun po, magandang hapon po. And now po, no, from our League of the Provinces of the Philippines. So Governor Presbyterio J. Velasco Jr., so Honorable Velasco po was supposed to join us. Maybe he'll hop in later, but he's currently represented by their PPDO. So good afternoon po, ma'am. And last but not the least, so this is one of, hopefully po not the last, but specifically for this meeting, we have a League of Local Planners, Mimaropa Chapter President, Ma'am Ninfa B. Rubio. So good afternoon, Ma'am Ninfa. Okay po, so everyone is, most of our target participants po talaga really responded positively. So we really thank you for your presence here with us, and hopefully you find this session as meaningful as we do. So Maraming salamat po ulit, and hindi na po natin papatagalin. We want to call on the DILG Mimaropa Regional Director, as well as the head of the Msac, which we'll be discussing later. May we call onto the floor po DILG RD Wilhelm and Suiko to deliver his welcome remarks. Good afternoon po, RD Willie.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. Good afternoon to everyone. Have we acknowledged, hindi ko nadinig kasi si ASEC Christopher Morales ng Department of Tourism. Acknowledge pa natin. At saka si Director Manny Wong ng TESDA. I hope na-acknowledge sila. Well, to all, it is with great pleasure and honor that I'm joining today with the best minds of Mimaropa region in this forum today, which the ultimate goal is to pool our resources, manage our knowledge, and harness our individual expertise as our contribution in capacitating our LGUs towards self-reliant communities. Yes, today we are thankful for having with us the top honchos to elucidate to us the hottest and newest pandemic that is keeping us in the edge. Executive, and speaking of Executive Order 138, or the long and short of the so-called full devolution of certain powers of the executive branch of the government. We are happy to have with us today no less than Director John Aris Makaspak of the Department of Budget and Management's Bureau of Local Government and Regional Coordination, and of course, our very own Director Annalisa Bunagua of the DILG's Bureau of Local Government Development. Of course, our discussion would be less exciting and informative if without the participation as main reactors coming from the representatives of the League of Provinces of the Philippines, the Romblon State University, and the National Economic Development Authority. Well, it is interesting that we are seeing today a multitude of faces joining or showing interest on the LGRC and MSAC or Msac. Well, LGRC stands for Local Governance Resource Center, which is under the auspices of the DILG with the support of the Local Government Academy, while Msac stands for Multi-Sectoral Advisory Council. Well, as the name implies, it is a roundtable sort of decision makers with no particular head. As you can see in the early part of the program, we will revisit what is LGRC and Msac is all about. For those who have heard these things first time in their lives, we expect and we are requesting your undivided attention. And for those representing their principals, we urge you to convey completely the information provided. As I was implying earlier in this message, unlike before, calls for joining the Msac fell into deaf ears. Perhaps some believes that joining or being interested about it is out of the line. But today's participation, however, whether we like it or not, is needed by every agency, as we can see that through the Msac, full understanding and appreciation of EO 138 is in place. This is so true, as many of the functions of the present national government agencies will be devolved to the local government units. We can see the hands of the DBM and the DILG full in the coming days, lecturing and explaining all about Executive 138 and as countdown for full implementation of the full devolution has begun. So, multi-stakeholdership is the name of the game. As such, the reorganization of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee or MSAC is a strategy in making our LGRC functional. MSAC is a network of disciplines from local government units, civil society organizations, academies, local research institutes, private sectors, and national government agencies working together to agree in sharing of knowledge in providing capacity interventions and excellence. Pagtutulungan, just for example, one good example of MSAC undertaking is, say example, we have engineering schools and part of the requirements of the course is to go on OJT. Some of us, we have agencies in the government that are and implementing infrastructure projects. So, but we lack also people to monitor, or particularly engineers. So we can request some of our schools, engineering schools, to go on OGT with us to help us monitor and develop our projects at the local government units. This is one example of undertakings of the MSAC that will help us. So the MSAC will help the LGUs gain access to information in local governance and to help define the local governance capacity development to be affordable, reachable, and doable. It shall ensure that key players and prime movers in local governance collectively articulate policies in building a culture that encourages learning and sharing of information and knowledge in promoting excellence in local governance. You know, we have this motto at the NUSESO, or the National Union of Career Executive Service Officers, which goes, when we know each other, half of the work is done. Through the MSAC, we will have the best opportunity of knowing each other pretty well and to work ultimately to attaining full devolution in the end. Kaya magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat po, RD Relief, for your opening message. I'm sure everyone has now more context po, no, sa ating orientation meeting this afternoon. And I'm pretty sure the remaining sessions will provide more confidence and will give more information sa ating participants about what we want to do and what we want to accomplish through the MSAC in order to support the implementation of the full devolution. So before we officially start with our 3 sessions, may we request everyone to, at this point, to open their cameras so that we can see each other, no? And to also have short photo opportunity. So we are requesting po to kindly just open your camera for about 2 minutes, as will be the usual now, no, in the new normal. We'll be screenshotting our photos as our souvenir for our meeting. Ayan po. Okay, so I think everyone's opening their camera. To our activity management team, kindly screenshot for the first page. So smile, everyone. Show us your charming smiles. Okay, so second page now. Just this is an exercise, a smiling exercise, since we don't know which page we are in. So second page now. Okay. For our third page. Okay. Our fourth page. And lastly, our fifth page. Okay, so can I get a thumbs up from our activity management team that we got all the beautiful photos of our participants? Okay, we got it. Thank you very much. And before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge also the presence of our DALG field personnel who are on board with us. We invited everyone who were interested to listen, since the topic of the full devolution is really important to us all also. So thank you very much. We now proceed to sharing our agenda for the rest of the afternoon. Again po, no, sa ating pong mga kaka-onboard, good afternoon po muli. Magpapakilala po ulit ako. Ako po si Chelsea Tamayo, our LGO03 from the DILG Mimaropa. I am our assistant LGRC coordinator. We have here also with us our LGRC coordinator, Ma'am Tess Iglesia, also our LGCDD chief. Good afternoon, Ma'am Tess.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So on behalf po of the team and the LGRC, I will present our meeting objectives and sessions activities for this afternoon. So first po, no, as indicated to our invitation letters to all of you, it's really our goal first to and mainly to use this opportunity to orient or reorient for some of our participants about the Local Governance Resource Center, the Multi-Sectoral Advisory Committee, specifically in relation to the implementation of the full devolution. So with that in mind, our main objectives for this meeting is to answer the following questions. So number one is, what is the Local Governance Resource Center, or the LGRC, including its services and functions? Number two is, what is the Multi-Sectoral Advisory Committee, or the Msac, and the collaboration pathways it can provide? And of course, our one of our main topics is number three. What are the salient features of the EO138, and what role does Msac play in its implementation? So in order to answer those questions, this is our activity flow for this afternoon. So first is we'll be discussing the LGRC and the Msac, of course, as a sort of reorientation and rekindling our relationship with a lot of our regional line agencies as well as our SUCs. So we'll be discussing its core principles, its services, the journey we had so far, including our past MSAC activities, as well as the presentation of our latest MOA. So we also shared the initial draft with everyone, and we're really happy that almost everyone already indicated or expressed their willingness to re-sign it. So thank you very much. And our second topics, or second main part of our activity, is of course the discussion on EO138. As we'll share later, we have here the most credible people to discuss its salient features and the department's updates with the EO138. And the last part of our session would be an open forum. So we'll be having sectoral reactions from the academe, from the LGU, and from our line agencies, no, to briefly share their insights naman on EO138. And of course, we'll be catering to a Q&A after that. So if everyone's still on board and are now ready to proceed with our sessions, kindly give a thumbs up to show your excitement. Okay, so okay, thank you everyone. I think everyone's pretty excited to know more about the LGRC and the MSAC. That's why we're starting with that session first. So again, I'm Chelsea Tamayo. I'll also be presenting our session 1, the introduction to ito nga pong paulit-ulit nating sinasabing LGRC and MSAC. And before we go over, or we go specifically in depth with the Mimaropa, LGRC and MSAC, we just want to share to everyone that this body, or this concept, is not unique to the Mimaropa region. In fact, this is present nationwide. And in order to learn more about it, we have here a short video from the Local Government Academy to introduce to you the LGRC. So let's watch it together.
The past century saw the idea of globalization sweep away structures and mindsets to give new impetus for interdependence among societies, liberalization of policies among nations, and sharing of practices across cultures. In the Philippines, the passage of the Local Government Code of 1991 has brought a promising outlook to our local communities. However, high levels of modernization, widespread poverty, and environmental degradation continued to serve as challenges for LGUs. During the last 3 decades, capacity development as a key driver for good local performance has been a central theme in the development platforms of development partners. Considered then as the cure-all solution that would address the capacity gaps of all local governments, more institutions have embarked in training and other services for LGUs. As a result, capacity development programs have been fragmented, duplicating and lacking in coordination among providers, funding sources, and target beneficiaries. For these reasons, harmonization of such programs have emerged as a top priority for the government and development partners in the Philippine Development Forum. Given the dynamic market for capacity development, the Local Government Academy of the Department of Interior and Local Government, as the key agency for local capacity development, was tasked to assume a strategic role in facilitating capacity development through its core mandate of providing learning opportunities for LGUs. The Local Governance Resource Center, or LGRC, which was established in select DILG regional offices in 2005 with support from the Canadian International Development Agency, was identified to serve as a dynamic and interactive capacity development platform. To harmonize capacity development, the LGRC provides an innovative framework to integrate knowledge management, multi-stakeholdership, and synergy in service delivery. The LGRC goes beyond the business-as-usual training seminar and lakbay aral modalities. It creates value and revolutionizes the way capacity development interventions are being delivered. It is proactive and serves as a unique platform for convergence of various local governance stakeholders. It is a one-stop shop mechanism, a convergence of all needed interventions in local governance capacity development. The LGRC is based on the following key and guiding principles in its operation: knowledge management, multi-stakeholder participation, and convergence. Knowledge management is the overarching framework of the LGRC. Multi-stakeholder participation is the realization that there is no monopoly of knowledge and that the same should be shared and used to promote efficiency, effectiveness, learning, and innovation in local governance. Convergence ensures that various initiatives in local governance are harmonized within DILG and other local governance stakeholders. The LGRC has 4 major service areas in delivering local governance services. 1. Multimedia and knowledge. 2. Capacity development. 3. Linkage. And 4. Public education and citizenship development. In 2009, through the European Union Strategic Programs Facility, the LGRCs were further supported to sharpen its captive programs and services. The program, strengthening local governance resource centers as a harmonizing mechanism for effective local governance in the Philippines, takes its pride on its milestones such as the establishment of a network of LGRCs guided by an oversight and coordination mechanism, a business strategy, and a KM framework to facilitate the sharing of knowledge products among the LGRCs and its partners. Furthermore, the program has strengthened the multi-stakeholder participation mechanism in the design, delivery, and monitoring of capacity development programs. Multi-stakeholder advisory councils are now utilized and further reinforced with the establishment of communities of practice, and certified pool of experts and coaches at the national and regional levels. Recognizing the importance of modern tools, the program has enhanced the capacity of LGRCs by upgrading its information management technologies, websites, and database systems. LGRC personnel are now equipped with the appropriate tools and skills to deliver its services to LGUs through the online CapDev market system, systems of competency assessment for local governments, integrated library management system, human resource information system, and data online tracking system. During the 2013 newly elected officials program, an online platform was developed to enable the LGRCs to host a webinar training as a new modality for training and interacting with the local government officials. These quick wins serve as a snapshot of the valuable contributions of the European Union and other development partners to the LGRCs. We anticipate in the coming years how these investments will generate significant impact on LGU capacity development through a monitoring and evaluation system that was established online and in an interactive manner. The future of LGRCs points to a more interactive, fast, and upbeat delivery of capacity development programs. To a large extent, the recently established online CapDev market system and webinar series prepares the LGRCs on the changing landscape of local governance. As the LGU CapDev transitions, the LGRCs will face challenges and unique opportunities that require changes in policies and operations. More importantly, it will require a fundamental shift in mindset, our mindset, that a new shared understanding on capacity development will entail a balanced and sustainable practice with continuing engagement among all governance stakeholders. Together, we in the national and regional LGRCs enjoin all local governance champions and stakeholders to continuously strive together in our pursuit to truly empower local governments and make genuine decentralization work. Let us support local communities that learn. Let us connect, convene, and converge.
Okay, so hopefully everyone now has a clear context and understanding of what the LGRC is in general and as a whole nationwide. But in the next 20 minutes, I'll try to give justice in explaining and localizing the LGRC as well as the Msac in the context of the Mimaropa region and in the context of the DILG Mimaropa. So first is well, with that definition that was shared in the video, we'll still try to define it some more, and maybe our top of mind when we hear resource center is a library or a physical facility that serves as a repository of knowledge products. So basically, like a room, a physical room where we store everything that we have in terms of the or collected and stored knowledge products. But basically, as shared in the video, LGRC is really more than that. So it's a dynamic, interactive virtual facility, and we want to highlight the dynamic, interactive, and virtual part, specifically during our situation right now, where the delivery of all our services, not only in the government, but all of us, regardless of which sector we come from, is really we are forced or hastened na po yung virtual delivery ng mga ito. And with this, it also aims to build learning communities. And when we say learning, it's basically us, all of us, everyone present here in this activity this afternoon. So we are the learning communities that the LGRC aims to build. And we are happy that though this is just a formalization of our collaborations, our different collaborations, we are happy that we can say that we already have these learning communities within the Mimaropa region. And with that dynamic, interactive, and virtual facility and the learning communities that we have built, we really want to pursue excellence in local governance through knowledge sharing and innovation. So the concepts in red are highlighted because it will really be emphasized during the next discussions of the LGRC. So of course, to know more about it, we're going to first share specifically the vision of the Mimaropa LGRC. So it's to have a dynamic and interactive resource center towards a sustained knowledge management by 2019 and beyond. So the reason it's 2019 and beyond is because we formally established our manual of operations in 2019, and we really hope to sustain all of our efforts since then and since the beginning of the LGRC. And in order to do that, our mission is to be a functional resource center with the highest degree of standards of knowledge management, showcasing the region's resources, innovations, unique geography, and culture, again, towards excellence in local governance and people empowerment. So we have read or we have heard of other mission po ng ibang LGRC from the other region, and I think I want to share what's unique about the Mimaropa region is our emphasis on highlighting our unique geography, because we are an island region, and our unique geography sometimes poses challenges, but we see it as more room for opportunities to improve and innovate our way of knowledge sharing and collaboration with each other. So isa po yun sa, I think, isa sa mga pinakahalagahan ng LGRC Mimaropa. And in order to do this or to operationalize this vision and mission, we have here the three main principles or the key principles, not only of the Mimaropa LGRC, but LGRCs in general, that we really live by. And we hope to share with our potential Msac partners that gusto po namin ma-cultivate to with our collaborations with you. So, of course, on top, una dyan ay ang ating knowledge management, or what we call KM for short. So I know we have SUCs present here, and DAP also. So I'm pretty sure you are very all more knowledgeable than me than with regards to knowledge management. But basically, when we say knowledge management, it's just getting the right knowledge to the right people at the right time, and ensuring that all our learnings can be put to good use or hindi po siya masasayang. And in order to realize the principle of knowledge management, we also abide by multi-stakeholdership and convergence. So these two concepts or these two principles go hand in hand with each other. And I think Msac is the perfect example of operationalizing these principles. So multi-stakeholdership, as RD already mentioned earlier, is just really asserting that there is no monopoly of knowledge, or there should be no monopoly of knowledge, especially if our goal is to pursue excellence in local governance. So lalo na po sa paparating na or sa ongoing na implementation ng food revolution. And in order to do that, we really give a lot of emphasis and priority sa convergence, or being a mechanism and rallying point in order to share knowledge with each other and collaborate. So these are like really the heart and soul of the LGRC and the Msac as well. And in order to kumbaga make it more tangible, we offer or we develop the value proposition of the Mimaropa LGRC, being that we enable the local government sector and the Mimaropa region to achieve excellence in local governance and people empowerment, not only as direct capacity builders, but also by serving as a convergence zone for knowledge management and multi-stakeholder partnerships. So basically, yours truly is really a platform for everyone's collaboration, and our goal really is to serve as a convergence zone for all of your institutions, organizations, agencies' goals, no, in pursuit of excellence in local governance. And just flashed here briefly is we want to share how we operationalize our vision, mission, and value proposition. So I'm not gonna go into detail, but our LGRC KM operational framework is shown in the screen. So basically, it just emphasizes that our sources of knowledge is really our partners. So it includes yung clients namin, the LGUs, the general citizenry, our partner line agencies, the NGOs, the LRIs, and of course yung ating Msac. So or this partnership of ours is really our main source of knowledge products. So we use your inputs or our inputs and turn it into actionable, turn it into something that can achieve our outcomes. And of course, we also take or give a big emphasis on feedback, getting feedback from everyone, because that's also some valuable knowledge. Again, knowledge management is just really making sure that wala pong sayang na learnings and ensuring na tayo-tayo din yung magtutulungan. So that's just basically our KM operational framework. And some of our services, so all of these are all works in progress, and some are already available, are the following. So we have this LGRC e-library where we have a catalog of our physical knowledge products in our regional and our provincial libraries, and access to the center's digital knowledge products, including but not limited to case studies and research materials on various topics, specifically local governance. So we're on the process right now of really making this accessible to everyone and customizing our access to it so that we can abide by getting the right knowledge to the right people at the right time. And I think second main service or activity that we also promote is having a KM audit or a knowledge management audit, where your organizations or agencies can undergo a sort of a knowledge management check-up to see where you are in the KM process or in the KM stages. So just some of the tools that we use here is an assessment of your organization's KM capability, including organizational maturity, knowledge needs of the organization, status of knowledge assets and resources, knowledge gaps and flows. So hopefully we can conduct these to our external partners, if not this year, but in the following year. So because we really advocate for the KM audit. And of course, since ito po yung main flagship service no ng aming department, is to really provide CapDev programs. So some example that we're already doing aside from our, of course, PPAs, yung ating COVID-19 response ICT platforms. Again, we have here the ICT LC3 Regional Director, RD Ortega. So thank you so much po no, for always collaborating or involving DILG for all our vaccination efforts. And of course, full devolution orientations like what we'll be having right now. This is just an initial step or an initial activity in the long roadmap of orienting everyone no, about the full devolution. And of course, we have our DRRCCA program. So these are just some of our CapDev programs among tons and tons of other activities. And lastly, we have here our pool of experts, or basically a network of both in-house, meaning within our department or the DILG Mimaropa, and external pool of experts. So both at, or not both, so at the local, national, and international level on various topics. So on this part, I think this will really be relevant and helpful as we'll later know, on the salient features of EO138. So basically, when we say external pool of experts, it's us here in this meeting room. So we're really glad that everyone was able to attend because you are the inputs to this pool of experts. And in order to do those services, we just want to share the facilities of the LGRC. So we have 4 main facilities which are responsible or which are tasked to do those services. So first is the CapDev facility. So it's pretty straightforward. This facility is in charge of developing and implementing our CapDev programs. We also have our public education on good governance and citizen development, where we recently launched our research agenda. So all our case studies and knowledge product development are under this facility. We also have our linkage facility. So Msac is really close with this facility, since this is in charge of all the networking and external collaborations that the LGRC undergoes. And we have the multimedia knowledge and information facility, which basically is in charge of our all of our communications or producing IECs and maintaining our physical and digital equipment. And at the bottom there, this is not, if you recall in the video earlier, it just mentioned the 4 facilities, but we recently established the management and legal support facility because right now we're really putting emphasis and importance on the institutionalization of our KM policies, not only within the DILG Mimaropa, but also with you, our partners. So this facility is in charge to develop these KM policies and implement them as well in order to ensure that all our knowledge products are stored appropriately and accessible to us. So that's basically their role. So I think the LGRC is pretty straightforward. So we really hope for knowledge management and knowledge sharing with within the local government sector. So now I think this is what everyone came here for today. So we'll now move on to sharing with you about the Msac. So the Multi-Sectoral Advisory Committee is a body under the LGRC, but it also serves as its advisory body. So since Mimaropa LGRC is a unique institutional network composed of independent and interdependent Msac member organizations formed to realize the vision and mission of LGRC as convergence mechanism to nurture a culture of learning and sharing knowledge and expertise for all partner agencies, organizations, and institutions. So later, we'll be sharing the content of the draft MOA. But basically, the Msac is not only for the advisory committee or for you guys to help the LGRC, but it's also the other way around. So it's also for LGRC to serve as your mechanism to nurture your culture of learning and achieve what it is that your organization wants in relation to local governance. So, okay, let me just, okay. Yeah, and one of its main goal is really one of our core principles mentioned earlier, which is convergence. So all convergence efforts shall be implemented primarily through the Msac, and partners can collaborate with one another as well. So yun nga, no, hindi lang po kayo for LGRC, but also LGRC for all of you. So even within our Msac, you can also collaborate, hopefully, with each other and access the center's resources and services. And also, one of the things that the Msac highlights is that as an institution, we must not be stagnant, but rather we must grow and mature with the current trends of the market and demand of its Msac members. So the development of the Msac and as well as further activities po natin shall really be anchored on the shared desire of all member organizations to evolve progressively through policy issuances on its operation, management, organization in a proactive manner. So again, it's also, kagaya po ng LGRC, it's a dynamic body where we really value your inputs and insights. So sino nga po ba ang members ng LGRC or our main collaborators? I'll share later yung naging journey na ng Mimaropa, Msac, but in general, what we want for collaborators are basically the following sectors or institutions. So first, the communities themselves, whether they may be POs or local communities, the LGUs or representatives like leagues and regional institutions and organizations, national government, NGOs, the private sector, the science and academic community, and international bodies. So we really have a pretty hefty collection na, no, of partners such as yourself. But this is not the end of our mobilization for our collaborators. This is just the start. So we'll be continuously looking for other collaborators for our Msac. But we started with each and every one of you since we see or we deem that you are the core members that we need right now, specifically in relation to the preparation for the full devolution implementation. So, yan. So now naman, I'm sure na most of our, especially our line agencies, are not new to being partners of the DILG Mimaropa. And siguro yung other NGOs and SUCs din natin, you might have partnered also with our provincial offices, but we just want to share a brief Mimaropa and Msac journey. So hindi naman po tayo kumaga strangers to each other. And we've actually already started doing this since 2013. So we established the Mimaropa LGRC, and kadugtong po nun ay yung pag-establish agad ng ating Msac. Since alam natin na convergence will really be part of the Msac's goals. So we initially started it with 22 initial partners noong 2013. Most of it ay regional line agencies. Baka po yung ating mga head of agencies and organizations from that time ay hindi na po the same with those who heads or leads the organizations right now. So that's why we really deem it important na ma-renew po, no, yung ating partnership with you. And so medyo 5 years yung naging gap. Noong 2018, we had a reorganization meeting and again, a reorientation with 17 agencies and institutions naman. So I think it was, they also realized at that time that the importance talaga of the Msac is really big. So that's why we had this reorganization meeting. And then the following year, it was followed up by another meeting by the same Msac body. Last year, wala po tayong Msac activity because of the pandemic, like most of our activities. But this year, we really hope na talaga na magkaroon po tayo ng official MOA signing, and we'll be presenting our strategy for our MOA signing later. And really connect this to creating our CapDev roadmap for EO138. So what I'm saying po basically is that some of you might already be familiar, and baka nga po may copies kayo ng ating past Msac MOA. But what we really want to do right now is to start fresh and have our new MOA signed this 2021, and mas matay up and mas maging active po tayo, no, in really utilizing and optimizing our Msac for the full devolution. So these are just some of the snapshots. I'm not sure po if you can recognize or pinpoint yourselves in these meetings, but the first one is the Msac meeting and reorientation noong 2018, after 5 years po, no, nung ating Msac. And the second one is the Msac meeting naman yung 2019. So ngayon po ay screenshots na lang yung counterpart natin ng picture taking na ito. Okay, so we're now on to our Msac MOA presentation. I believe all of our target partners and both the agencies and the institutions received the invitation letter together with the draft MOA. So this is just an official presentation po of the content of the MOA that was already initially sent to you. So I'll just be sharing my screen. Okay, so I'll be focusing on the functions of the Msac as stated in our MOA, since this was already sent to our partner agencies. So I'm using here a sample from the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mimaropa. So we have customized all of our MOA per agency. So it's between basically the DILG Mimaropa region and the LGRC multi-stakeholder indicated in the MOA. Whoops, apologies. It's not, let us just reconcile our sharing. Okay, so there we go. Apologies for that. So again, shared on our screen is a sample MOA that we have right now and was also sent to your offices. And this is just a sample from between the DILG Mimaropa and the BFP. So it's between the DILG Mimaropa region as represented by our regional director and your agencies as represented by your head of agencies or lead of your organization. And you were referred to as the LGRC multi-stakeholder. So later we'll be showing the past MOA that we had. And right now we'll just share that the main difference is that the previous MOA that we had was a multilateral agreement, while this one being shown to you and has been sent to you is a bilateral agreement where we customize each MOA per agency. So, okay. Let me just present the functions of the Msac as stated in the draft MOA. So, functions, Article 1, functions of the Msac is to ensure the functionality and dynamism of the LGRC. The Msac shall extend assistance and support to advise the Mimaropa Local Resource Center on policies and strategic directions to improve its operations, to include the development of knowledge products and services, provide technical assistance to other stakeholders on knowledge management, share knowledge products that are classified as open documents related to local governance to the LGRC and its multi-stakeholders, identify and propose opportunities to strengthen convergence and harmonize various programs of regional line agencies and other institutions that would contribute in developing local government capacities, provide resource persons for various capability training programs related to local governance, and meet regularly or as need arises to assess the operations and ensure the dynamism of the LGRC and its responsiveness to the information learning needs of the region. So basically, the rationale for keeping our MOA very general is that so that it doesn't limit the Msac to specific terms, and when we want to pursue specific programs and projects among the Msac members, we can just do another MOA for that. But basically, this MOA is just formalizing your partnership or our partnership and binding us with the Msac. So let me stop share. And for context, I'll just share our existing or past MOA. So this was the MOA signed last 2018. So as you can see, I'm not sure if our respective agencies still has copies of this MOA, but compared to the MOA presented earlier, it's between the DILG Mimaropa region and all of our partner agencies. So I'm not sure if everyone was able to sign. So there we go. I think some of our heads of agencies and leads were not able to sign. So, okay. That's why we also really wanted to do a bilateral version of our MOA. Okay, let me just stop share. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you might have questions and clarifications regarding how we'll do the logistics of our MOA signing. So we prepared here some directions or mechanics for our Msac MOA signing. So first is, of course, if we want to raise or we want to solicit your clarifications and feedback regarding the presented and sent MOA during the open forum session later, or you may also raise these concerns in writing if you still need to consult with your legal team after this meeting, and email it to lgrc.mimaropa@gmail.com. You may also chat your especially admin concerns in our Zoom chat box, and we will address it immediately. But so if we have finalized in this meeting or through writing the content of the MOA, the soft copy of the finalized MOA as agreed upon during this meeting or during further coordination will be emailed to you. And we request to kindly print 3 copies and sign it during our virtual MOA signing to be announced later. So number 3 is once we have that virtual MOA signing, we'll be kindly requesting to send the original signed MOA, the 3 copies, to the DILG Mimaropa Region's office address, 822 Quezon Ave, Diliman, Quezon City. And upon receipt, our level will sign the MOA, notarize it, and send back 1 original copy of the MOA to your offices for your reference as well. So these are basically just our mechanics and next steps for our MOA signing. Again, you may raise your concerns later in the open forum, or you may now chat it in our chat box and we will address it immediately. So just flashed here as just a way to wrap up our session is our emphasis on the presented platforms earlier during the LGA AVP video presentation, or the 2 platforms that we really want to advocate to our partners. So first is the LGISB, or the Local Governance Innovative Solutions Bank. You can access it through that link provided. So basically, it's a collection of the best practices written by our LGUs. And second is the OCDMS, or the Online Captive Market System, which will really be now operational, and our LGUs will be mandated to use it, hopefully, so that we can use this platform to organize and to make our captive market system alive. So you can also access it using the link. And lastly, so this is the last slide for this session. I know all of our SUCs are present. So last week we communicated a request to accomplish the LGA, or the Local Government Academy, profiling for local research institutes. So we'll be chatting the link in the chat box, and we really hope that our SUCs can accomplish this. I think only only one of our SUCs were able to accomplish this. So this will be a way, or a pathway, because this profiling done by the LGA will serve as one of our inputs dun po sa paggawa natin ng pool of experts and captive providers para po sa full devolution. So, ayun. So again, if you have questions, clarifications, you may chat them in our chat box, or raise them later in the open forum. So that's it for our session 1. Are you still okay? So is everyone still on board? Can we get a thumbs up if we have actively listened and was able to digest our brief overview of the LGRC and the Msac? So thumbs up naman po dyan, or heart react. Yan. Thank you very much, everyone. Ating lahat. We'll now proceed. Okay po, sige. Before we proceed to our most awaited sessions, aka the discussion on the salient features of the EO 138 and our departments or DILG's updates on it, we can have a 5-minute coffee break or health break for our participants. So it's now 2:11 p.m. We can stretch first or get our coffee. Especially po, medyo, delikado yung oras natin this afternoon. So we can go back at 2:17. Thank you, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, everyone's back and was able to utilize the 5 minutes for our health break or coffee break. So we'll now be starting on our sessions on EO 138. So our next session or the second session is our next session is the salient features of EO 138 to be presented by none other than Director Aris Makaspak of the DBM, Local Government and Regional Coordination Bureau. So, Director Aris, are you on board or with us or already in the Zoom meeting? Or any po from our DBM representatives?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po, Ma'am.
Yes, this is Rowena Marte. I will be presenting in behalf of Director Makaspak.
Okay, go ahead po, Ma'am Rowena. Thank you very much po.
Okay, let me share my slides. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I will be discussing the implementation of the Supreme Court decision on the Mandanas ruling. For this presentation, I will be discussing first, the Executive Order number 138 on the full devolution of functions and services to LGUs. And second, the Local Budget Memorandum number 82 regarding the FY 2022 National Tax Allotment Shares of LGUs and guidelines on the preparation of the fiscal year 2022 annual budgets of LGUs. So first, ano po ba yung basis ng internal revenue allotment? So Section 6 of Article 10 of 1987 Philippine Constitution provides that local government units or LGUs shall have a just share as determined by law in the national taxes which shall be automatically released to them. So Section 284 of the Local Government Code of 1991 or Republic Act number 7160 provides that LGU shall have 40% share in the national internal revenue taxes based on the collection of the third fiscal year preceding the current fiscal year. So in 2018, the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas-Garcia petition directed the national government to change the basis of the computation of the just share of LGUs to all national taxes, including the collections of customs duties by the Bureau of Customs. On this slide, presented graphically, is the expansion of the base of the computation of ERA before and after the Mandanas ruling. So the left pie chart, yung pong kulay purple, shows the basis in the computation of ERA before the Supreme Court ruling. So the bigger pie is the national taxes and a subset of it is the national internal revenue taxes. So 40% of the NIRT goes to the local government units as ERA and the 60% is left to the national government. So after the Mandanas ruling is implemented as shown on the right pie chart, we can see that the basis of computation of ERA is expanded from national internal revenue tax to all national taxes, which effectively means expansion of resources transferred to the local government units. So to mitigate the fiscal implication of the Mandanas ruling, there shall be full devolution of functions to the local government units. With the increase in the ERA of LGUs, it is expected that the LGUs will be primarily responsible for the delivery of delivery of devolved services as prescribed under the local government code and other pertinent laws. So the provision of these basic services must be fully devolved to the local government units, considering that the resulting increase in their ERA shares will result to a significant decrease in the amount of fiscal resources available to the national government. So ensuring fiscal sustainability, strengthening local fiscal autonomy, and putting an end to the long-standing problem of duplication of responsibilities between the national government and the local government units. So to smoothly implement the said full devolution measure, Executive Order number 138, directing the full devolution of certain functions of the executive branch to the local government units, was issued on June 1, 2021. So here are the salient features of the Executive Order number 138. First, the delineation of national government and local government roles. So the role of the NG is to set the national policy, development strategy, and service delivery standards, and assist, oversee, and supervise the local government units. The national government is committed to the policy of decentralization, which aimed at developing capacity of local governments to deliver basic services and facilities, and ensure accountability, competence, professionalism, and transparency of local leaders. The EO provides the full devolution of functions, services, and facilities from the national government to the local government units based on the local government code of 1991 and other subsequent laws. It is to be reiterated and emphasized that the executive order only provides the full devolution of functions and services which have already been devolved to the LGUs pursuant to Section 17 of the LGC and other subsequent relevant laws. There will be no new or additional functions that are being devolved to the local government units. So the EO covers all LGUs and all departments, agencies, and instrumentalities of the executive branch whose functions are in line with the devolved functions of the local government units. Second feature of the executive order is the preparation of full devolution transition plans. So to ensure the smooth implementation of the devolution transition, the national government agencies are directed to prepare and implement a devolution transition plan. So the devolution transition plan, or the DTP, shall be submitted by the national government agencies concerned to the DBN for evaluation and approval within 120 days after the effectivity of the proposed EO. So the NGA DTP shall include the functions and services which have been or to be devolved and the corresponding LGU level to which they shall be devolved based on the local government code and other relevant laws, and the phasing of or strategy for devolution to the local government units to consider their growth strategies, resources, and capacity based on the NGA's experience and assessment. It also contained the definition of standards for the delivery of devolved services, as well as the organizational setup and minimum manpower complement recommended for the LGUs by the NGA so that the LGUs can effectively undertake the devolved functions and services. Third, the devolution or DTP of the NGA should also include a strategy for capacity development for the LGUs to enable them to absorb and manage the devolved functions and services, and for the NGAs to assume their steering functions. Next, content of the DTP is the framework for monitoring and performance assessment of the LGUs, including the grant of incentives and imposition of sanctions. And lastly, the organizational effectiveness proposal containing modifications in the organizational structure and staffing complement of the departments or agencies to strengthen their capacity in assuming the steering functions. So further, the DTPs aim to guide the NGAs on their 2022 budget proposals. Likewise, the LGU shall prepare their devolution transition plans in close coordination with the pertinent NGA, especially with regard to devolved functions and services critical to them. Instead of being subject to evaluation and approval of the national government, the LGU DTP shall be used as guide on the monitoring and performance assessment of the LGUs by the NGAs concerned, the DBM and the DILG. The third salient feature of the executive order is the creation of the Committee on Devolution. The ComDev shall be constituted to oversee to oversee the implementation of the EO, monitor and evaluate the status of the implementation of the NGA and LGU DTPs, and come up with recommendations based on its annual assessment and advocate for good practices. So the ComDev shall be composed of the following members. So Secretary of Budget and Management as the chairperson, Secretary of Interior and Local Government as co-chairperson, Executive Secretary, Secretaries of Socio-Economic Planning, Finance, and the President of Leagues of cities, provinces, cities, municipalities of the Philippines, Liga ng mga Barangay sa Pilipinas, and Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines as members. So the ComDev shall designate a senior official to act as their permanent representative and shall be responsible for overseeing the overall efforts on the implementation of the EO. The next salient feature of the executive order is the establishment of the Growth Equity Fund. So a Growth Equity Fund shall be established starting FY 2022 to address problem of marginalization, unequal development, and high poverty incidence across different LGUs. So the GEF shall cover the funding requirements of programs, projects, and activities for disadvantaged and lagging LGUs to gradually enable the full and efficient implementation of the devolved functions and services to LGUs pursuant to pertinent laws. So the GEF or the Growth Equity Fund shall be released to the LGUs in accordance with the rules and regulations to be prescribed by the DBCC or the Development Budget Coordination Committee, and shall be subject to the mechanisms and guidelines for the equitable, performance-based, and time-bound allocation and distribution of the fund to the local government units. The next salient feature is the capacity development for LGUs. So in view of the devolution of certain functions of the NGAs, a capacity development agenda for LGUs will be formulated based on the assessment framework and guidelines to be issued by the DILG Local Government Academy or DILG-LGA and guided by the strategy for capacity development of the LGUs as contained in the NGADTPs, so the Local Development Trust and Performance Goals and Objectives. The DILG through the LGA shall institute mechanisms to harmonize all capacity development interventions to ensure the efficient utilization of resources for the purpose, while the DAP or the Development Academy of the Philippines shall strengthen the capacities of local chief executives, and the DOF-BLGF shall conduct capacity development programs regarding revenue generation and fiscal management. So further, the DILG is directed to develop performance incentives mechanisms and to ensure continuity in the efficient and effective service delivery. Capacity development interventions shall be offered preferably to career or permanent local personnel as a means of institutional strengthening. The next is the roles of the local government units. So the local government units are also directed, as I have said, to formulate their LGU devolution transition plan, and they are also directed to develop their capacity development agenda and develop the communication plan and strategy. So since the national government units or the national government agencies will no longer provide the devolved services to the constituents, it is now the local government units that will take on the responsibility, and therefore their constituents have to be informed kung kanino na sila dapat mag-demand of such services. The next is strengthening planning, investment programming, and budgeting linkage and monitoring and evaluation systems. So as part of the strengthening of the vertical and horizontal linkages across different levels of government in development planning, investment programming, and budgeting, as well as the enforcement of results-based M&E systems in the NGAs, the EO also highlights the importance of planning at the regional level and the role of the regional development councils in setting the strategic direction for faster development of the region, especially in the lagging areas, and facilitate the alignment of the local development and the land use plans with the goals, objectives, and targets in the Philippine Development Plan and the respective regional development plans. Lastly, the salient feature of Executive Order number 138 also includes the options for affected personnel. So personnel hired on a permanent basis who may be affected by the devolution of the function of the executive branch shall have the options to transfer to another units or offices within the department, agency, or if it is GOCC, department or agency, GOCC concerned without reduction in pay. Second, they can or they may opt to transfer to other agencies in the executive branch without reduction in pay. Or third, they may avail of the retirement benefits and separation incentives provided in the EO and may be given preference should they apply in the local government units. provided that they shall be subject to the compensation system of the local government units. So it should be emphasized that there shall be no involuntary separation or termination or layoff of permanent personnel of the national government agencies affected by the devolution. Likewise, this full devolution transition efforts will not involve the automatic transfer of national government personnel to the local government units. So the DBM and the ILG, in coordination with the Civil Service Commission, shall develop and issue the guidelines as necessary to ensure the fair, orderly, and transparent implementation of this provision. So those are the salient features of the executive number 138. May I present the local budget memorandum number 82 dated January 14, 2021. So this is yearly being issued by the DBM to the local government units to inform them of the LGUs of their indicative shares in the national taxes, as well as provide them with the guidelines on the preparation of their annual budgets. Okay. So the indicative FY 2022 NTA shares of LGUs shall be 959,041,250,000 based on the certifications issued by the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Bureau of Customs, and the Bureau of Treasury from the actual collections of national taxes in fiscal year 2019. So the FY 2022 NTA level is 263 billion 548,501,000 or 37.89% higher than the FY 2021 shares of the local government units. In the computation of FY 2022 NTA allocation of the local government units, these are the factors that are taken into consideration. First, the FY 2015 census of population by province, city, municipality, and barangay, as approved through Proclamation number 1269 dated May 19, 2016 of the President. And the FY 2001 master list of land area certified by the Land Management Bureau pursuant to Oversight Committee on Devolution Resolution number 1, series of 2005 dated September 12, 2005. However, the population counts of individual LGUs may be adjusted considering that the Philippine Statistics Authority has already conducted the 2020 Census of Population, or the POPSEN. In case the 2022 POPSEN will be approved by the President on or before December 31, 2021 through a presidential proclamation, the same POPSEN will already be used in the computation of the FY 2022 NTA shares of the local government units. Likewise, if the latest master list of land area of the Land Management Bureau is already validated and endorsed by the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources within this year, the same shall be used in the computation of the FY 2022 NTA shares of the local government units. Hence, all valid adjustments, changes, modifications, or alterations in any of the factors affecting the computation of the national tax allotment that occurred or happened including final and executory court decisions made effective during the current fiscal year, shall only be considered and implemented by the DBM in the subsequent fiscal year from receipt of the DBM of the notice of the said change. So here are the salient features of the local budget memorandum number 82 dated June 14, 2021. So first is the implementation of the Supreme Court decision on the Mandanas Garcia petition. So in light of the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas case, the LGUs will be receiving a substantial increase in national tax allotment beginning FY 2022. So the LGUs are expected to be primarily responsible for the provision of funds and delivery of services and functions devolved to them pursuant to Section 17 of RA number 7160 and other pertinent laws. It is to be emphasized, like I've said a while ago, that there will be no new or additional functions in the set of devolved functions that the LGUs are expected to assume in FY 2022. So the LGUs are advised to formulate and provide funds for their respective devolution transition plans and capacity development agenda. Next is the preparation of the local budget preparation forms. So the FY 2022 annual budgets of provinces, cities, and municipalities shall be prepared in accordance with the procedures and schedules prescribed under RA number 7160 and the Budget Operations Manual for the Local Government Units 2016 edition, which include the different local budget forms we have prescribed. In the case of barangay, ganun din po, their annual budget shall be prepared in accordance with the procedures and schedules prescribed under RA number 7160 using the barangay budget preparation forms we have prescribed in the local budget memorandum. So the LGUs are also advised to align their development plans, investment programs, and budgets for the economic and social plans and strategies adopted by the national government in relation to the coronavirus disease 2019 or the COVID-19 pandemic. With the uncertainty as to when the COVID-19 pandemic will finally end, LGUs are encouraged to continue to provide funds for COVID-19 related PPAs and expenses as may be necessary. So the COVID-19 related PPAs and expenses that may be funded by the LGUs may include those that are related to the prevention of the spread of COVID-19, provision of basic services to the affected population, necessary support to frontline workers, procurement and administration of COVID-19 vaccines, and ancillary supplies and services subject to the provision of the COVID-19 Vaccination Program Act of 2021 or RA number 11525 and other PPAs related to COVID-19 response and recovery measures. Nevertheless, it is understood that it is still the LGUs upon their coordination with appropriate and competent authorities that will determine the specific COVID-19 related PPAs and expenses that may be included in their respective annual budgets. So taking into consideration pa rin the necessity for such PPAs and expenses and availability of funds among others. Next is the waiver of the personal service limitation of LGUs. In line with the efforts of the national government to fully devolve the functions and services to the local government units, consistent with Section 17 of RA 7160, in order to mitigate the fiscal impact of the Supreme Court ruling on Mandanas Garcia petitions and to provide LGUs with enough resources to pursue organizational and staffing changes, the PS limitation of LGUs pursuant to Section 325A and 331B of RA 7160 is proposed to be waived for the additional personnel that may be hired by the LGUs to implement the basic services and functions that may be devolved to them. Nevertheless, it is emphasized that said proposal will be included in the FY 2022 National Expenditure Program, which shall be subject to budget authorization or legislation by the Congress. Next is the monitoring and evaluation. So the LGUs are enjoined to fully cooperate in the implementation of the results-based monitoring and evaluation system that will be established by the oversight agencies, other agencies, and or the Committee on Devolution, as the case may be, in order to ensure the purposive monitoring and assessment of the performance of LGUs in the delivery of devolved functions and services. This is in support to good governance, transparency, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making. And lastly, the inclusion of other priority programs and projects based on existing laws, such as PPAs included in their respective local nutrition action plans, which shall be formulated in accordance with the Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition 2017 to 2022. So pursuant to the ILG Memorandum Circular number 2018-42, dated March 26, 2018. So yung adoption and implementation of the PPAN or PPAN 2017 to 2022. Likewise, PPAs to eradicate the problems of illegal drugs pursuant to RA number 9165 or Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act. PPAs included in the annual cultural development plans crafted by their respective local culture and arts council pursuant to the ILG MC number 2013-98 dated September 10, 2013. Likewise, the development and implementation of integrated coastal management programs pursuant to EO number 533 dated June 6, development and implementation of local agricultural and fisheries mechanization program pursuant to RA number 10601, establishment of community-based monitoring system or CBMS pursuant to RA number 11315. So, I think this is the last of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. Magandang hapon po.
So much, Ma'am Rowena. Maraming salamat po for that overview of the EO 138. Hopefully po ay marami pong nag-glean na learnings po yung ating participants. So, later naman po, we'll have an open forum if you have clarifications regarding the salient features of EO 138. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. So now we'll be proceeding to the third session of our orientation meeting, which is the DILG updates naman on EO 138. So we have the honor of having with us Director Annalisa F. Bonagua, Session 3 of the DILG Bureau of Local Government and Development. Good afternoon po, Direct Anna. Magandang hapon po, ma'am. Direct Anna. we can see the ayun po. Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Thank you for inviting DILG Central Office for this event and to share with you the updates regarding the preparation for the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas and Garcia petition. Magandang hapon po, Director Suico and ARD Manahan. Marami pong salamat for and all our partner agency under Msac. So very important po yung meeting nito because in the implementation, in the transition for the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling, the role of the Regional Development Council, particularly the Lgrc and Msac are very important. So marami pong salamat. Well, simulan ko po the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandaras and Garcia petition clarifies the basis for the computation of the local government unit shares from the national taxes. And it states that the share from all national taxes, siguro gamitin ko na yung slide. Sige, Baya, we can go ahead. So, yung Mandanas case, actually dalawa yan, no? Mandanas and Garcia petition integrated into one case. The first case was all about questioning the manner in which the NGA computed the internal revenue allotment of local government units. And the second petition demands for the payment of additional unpaid ERA of around 500 billion. No? Laki. For the years 1992 to 2012. 1992, that was the inception of the local government code. And 2012, that was the time that the petition was filed. And as na-discuss na rin naman ito ni Ms. Weng of TBM, well, the final ruling, finally, the Supreme Court ruled that the national internal revenue taxes as base for the determination of the just share of local government units since 1992, 1991, 1992, as provided in Section 284 of the Local Government Code, enacted by Congress, so law naman siya, contravened with the express provision of Article 10, Section 6 of the 1987 Constitution, which explicitly mentioned national taxes as the source of the just shares of local government. So yung hindi consistent yung local government code which mentions national internal revenue taxes while the Constitution provides national taxes as the source of just shares of local government units. However, the Supreme Court dismissed the claims of local government units for the settlement of national government arrears in the just shares on the ground that the decision shall have a prospective application. So, walang utang, wala daw utang ang national government. So now, therefore, with the Supreme Court ruling, starting 2022, as we are preparing, the 40% share of local government units will now be based on national taxes, no, all national taxes, and not to be limited to national internal revenue taxes. So therefore, kasi internal revenue era, it will now be called NTA, National Tax Allotment. So yan yung tawag natin yan. Although wala pang official document except the local budget circular ngayon talagang officially named as national taxes, national tax allocation. So NTA na ang ating era. So ano yung impact ng Supreme Court ruling, no? Both national and local government units? Siyempre, first of all, there will be a positive impact to the local government units because there will be an increase in their NTA shares, no? Estimated around, hindi na siguro estimate kasi ni-release na ng DBM yung local budget memorandum, which mentions that the shares will be an increase from 695 billion ba ito? To 959 billion, which is an increase of around 37.89%. However, dahil lumaki yung share, isang 100% pie lang naman yung pinag-uusapan natin, no? The shares, there will be a negative fiscal impact to the national government's disposable cash. No? Mas liliit yung funds of the national government for funding national government PPAs or NGA PPAs. So ito yung, the next slide will show you, though there will be an increase in the shares of local government units, yung 40%, the base for the 40% will be different. The ERA or the NATA will be distributed to local government units, similar to the provision of the local government code. Hindi naman binago yung sharing. So equivalently, pare-pareho yung increase in the shares of each level of local government units. No, all of them will be receiving 37.89%. For example, per provinces, the 159 billion will be shared among 82 provinces. 159 din po yan, pareho lang dapat. Kasi pareho silang 23% will be shared among 146 cities, and the 34% will be shared among 1,488 municipalities, and the remaining 20% will be distributed to around 41,933 barangays. What differs, lumaki lang yung share, but the distribution formula or the distribution across levels of local government units hindi nagbabago. Okay, so the next slide. So therefore, there has to be a shift in the function between local government units and national government units. There will be more resources at the local level and maybe less at the national government. And therefore, since we're espousing full empowerment of local government units, where we would like to strengthen the local autonomy, we would like them to be mainly responsible for devolved functions, which were already devolved to them under the Local Government Code of 1991, particularly those enumerated in Section 17, as well as other functions given to local government units following the subsequent laws that were passed after the LG Code, devolving new functions to local government units. And now, therefore, since national government will be performing less of the direct implementation, so they will now focus on performing more of the oversight function, shifting from rowing to steering and focusing primarily on the development of policy and service delivery standards, capacity building for local government units, providing technical assistance, and even monitoring the compliance of our local governments. The next slide, well, in overall, these are actually the implication of the Supreme Court ruling. The very first one, dahil sa increased resources, no, there will be more resources for local government service delivery. So they will have increased increased NTA or increased resources that will help fund basic services such as health, agriculture, education, disaster management, peace and order, and all the things that Ms. Weng mentioned under the Local Budget Memorandum Circular 83. And of course, fewer resources for PPAs for national government agencies. But then national government is expected to perform less of the implementation function, but more of the oversight function, concentrating on setting standards and developing capacities of local governments. And PPAs of national government that encompasses roles and service delivery functions of LGUs will have to scale down and eventually to be fully devolved to local government units. Now, we all know that even after the devolution 30 years ago, national government continued to support the implementation of devolved functions via programs and projects, supporting local government units. And then third, of course, there will be greater demand for capacity building and supervision of local government units. So there will be need for more and sustained capacity building. Actually, lagi namin itong minimension, it has to be sustained capacity building kasi our local officials changes every 3 years, and there are technologies that are absorbed or are implemented by the national government that has to be shared to local government units. So kailangan sustained capacity building. Expanded oversight role for DILG and other NGAs. No, hindi lang po DILG ang may oversight role to local government units, including agencies, specifically those agencies with devolved functions, devolved services. Kasi for example, health, they have to continuously provide technical assistance, capacity building, and also monitor the implementation and compliance of local government units of the services along their sector. Sila ang mas nakakaalam kung ano yung dapat level of performance of our local governments. And then, of course, the exercise, we would like to strengthen the exercise of the oversight responsibilities of provinces higher local government units of their component cities and municipalities, the same way that cities and municipalities should exercise oversight over their component barangays, no? So that there will be hierarchy of responsibilities across local government units. If we want to really espouse full autonomy and empowerment of local government units, we have to set the hierarchy of responsibilities across, even just across their levels. Okay, so the next slide will show us some of the preparation for the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling, starting with communicating the Supreme Court ruling and its impact. Now, we are currently with DBM and NEDA and DOF is preparing the COM strategy for the implementation, especially now na lumabas na po yung Executive Order 138. So we would like to share with you some of the messaging that we have, well, at least with the ILG, have shared with other national government agencies. The first core message, since tayo po naman, is that the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas and Garcia petition is another milestone in the continuing journey towards genuine local autonomy and empowerment. The ruling clarifies, if not corrects, the basis for the computation of the LGU shares and which thereby strengthen fiscal autonomy. Kasi ito na yung laging hinihingi ng ating mga local governments, ng ating mga local governments present here. They are given so much power, hindi daw enough yung resources that they are that corresponds to the functions and responsibilities given them. The second messaging is that beginning 2022, that will be the start of the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling, local governments will have the fiscal resource to provide better services to their constituents, and national government can focus on the more macro and strategic priorities to address persisting development issues. Dami nating national development issues right now, one of which are addressing COVID-19. And still on communicating the Supreme Court ruling, this communication strategy or this communication messaging should have the overall objective of ensuring continuity and sustainability in the provision of services to the public. Kasi we would not like that national government scale down, local government have not fully assume or absorb ano yung scale down ng national government. So we would like to have a very smooth transition of scaling down of national PPAs and scaling up of the assumption of local government units of services. So lay out the responsibilities corresponding to the additional resources which have to be absorbed by local governments, while at the same time strengthening the capacity of the concerned national government agencies to guide, capacitate, monitor, assess the local government's exercise of power and autonomy as espoused by the Local Government Code of 1991. No, hindi po itong devolution that's happening does not just concern local government units, but both national and local government units, even as well as the public and the civil society organization and even private sector partners. Okay, so saying that, what is the attribute in the features of the Supreme Court ruling, or what the Supreme Court ruling, its implementation would offer from the vantage point of the different stakeholders, starting with national and local government. So the Supreme Court ruling, tayo sa national, at least for us, really for the ILG, is in line with the declared policy of the state on decentralization, and that the Supreme Court ruling promotes the principle of subsidiarity espoused by the Local Government Code. It is the local population, then it should be appropriately assigned to the lowest or to the lower level of local governments, principle of subsidiarity. And third, the Supreme Court ruling will require systematic alignment, harmonization, complementation of national and local government priorities. This is the very important thing, I think. And the EO 137 particularly would like to address this. No, gusto nating may very seamless complementation, harmonization, and alignment of national government priorities, and walang magiging gap in the service delivery to the public. And And fourth, national government agencies and local government requiring assistance that will require assistance in the transition. We would like to be assured that there are help that will be coming or will be given to both national and local government units. Okay, and then the next slide are the expected behavior. Bakit ba tayo communicate? What are the expected behavior that we want to elicit from our stakeholders? Well, first, national government to concentrate on setting standards, developing capacity for local governments. Paulit-ulit po kami dyan. No? Hindi natin pwedeng iwanan ang ating local government units. And then for the provincial government, to play a differentiated role in service delivery by exercising the leadership over component LGUs within their jurisdiction, performing oversight function, and providing convergence mechanism, at least at the provincial level. And then for the public to expect better services from their local governments. When we mean better services, it should be responsive to the needs, up to standards, and continuous from 2022 onwards. And then for our, with stronger devolution, civil society engagement is all the more needed, no? Kasi kailangan natin all the help we need. Complementing the work of local governments and ensuring transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and participation in local governance. So, kasama po siya, that was, I think, part of the provision of the executive order. So, okay, so with that, immediately after the Supreme Court ruling, well, ito 2021, wala pa, hinihintay pa lang natin yung issuance of the EO then. But then I think the DILG immediately issued an advisory for the guidance of local government units. No, so the DILG memorandum advisory to local government units issued in February 19, 2021 appraised the local government units on the priorities under the DBM National Budget Memorandum 138, which provides that NGA will shift from rowing to steering, as prioritizing capacity building and limiting subsidies to low-income, GIDA, and poverty-stricken local government units. Sa EO, sa National Budget Memorandum, coincidentally, pareho pa sila ng number. Sa National Budget Memorandum, ang nakalagay doon, the national agency should limit subsidies to fourth, fifth income class local governments and less doon sa higher income class local governments. And that mentioned also in the National Budget Memorandum that local governments be mainly responsible for devolved functions under the Local Government Code, Section 17, and other laws passed after the Local Government Code. And therefore, dahil dyan, LGUs were advised noon pa lang, no, to coordinate and confer with line agencies of government for the delineation of expenditure assignments and service delivery. So ano ba? No? Yung usapan noon pa, which ones will be scaled down by national government. Therefore, LGUs have to scale up and fully absorb these programs and projects still being implemented by national government. And also local governments are advised to articulate their capacity building needs to national government agency, because that will be the main role of national agency now. And then also, third is that local governments should determine the implication of this full assumption of the devolved function to its organizational structure and staff competency. Ano ba yung ilan bang additional personnel ang kailangan at anong klaseng capabilities that these people should have in order to deliver, fully carry out the devolved functions. And however, local government units, no, dahil marami nang anticipating the increase in their internal revenue allotment or NTA, many local government units would like to leverage the increase in the funds so that they can have more resources by incurring indebtedness. So we advise them to proceed with caution in the availment of loans, because in view of the COVID-19, possibly, well, meron ng collection talaga. Ano? By 2020, although there will be increase in 2022, in view of the collection in 2019, there might be a decrease in the ERA or in the NATA by 2023 in view of the decreased collection in 2020 in view of COVID-19, and possibly also by 2024 because of the collection this year, 2021. So yan po yung things that we have already issued to local government units. So now, the EO has been released, no? So we can discuss with clarity with local government units and also the national government agencies concerned kung ano yung mga dapat gawin, especially the roles of local government units under EO 138. So meron silang 4 major responsibilities under EO 138. Malakas po ang ulan. First one is to prepare the LGU devolution transition plans in coordination with NGAs concerned. No, yan yung very major role of local government units. While national governments are preparing, or some of them have already completed the preparation of the transition plan, LGUs should start preparing their devolution transition plan in coordination with national government agencies concerned. Second, formulate their capacity development agenda based on the assessment of their respective capacities based on the NGA devolution of PTAs and their local development trust and the performance goals and objectives. Hindi lang po base kung ano ibababa ng national government, but base sa local development trust and performance goals and objectives of the local government units. And then third, they should prepare the communication plan for their jurisdiction, at least for their constituents. What will be the changes that will be happening? What are the performance standards so that they can, the public can expect the level of service that the LGUs should be implementing or delivering. And then last, the LGU should ensure the integration and coordination of their local PPAs on the devolved functions with national goal standards and strategies. So though local governments have the full autonomy to use their funds in accordance with the requirements of their locality, their programs and projects should still be aligned with national goals and priorities under espoused or detailed under the Philippine Development Plan. Hindi sila pwedeng lumayo while attending to the needs of their constituents. So we would like to discuss ano yung contents of the proposed guidelines. No, proposed pa lang po ito. It's the guidelines for the formulation of the LGU Devolution Transition Plan is in its final review and for vetting with the LGU leagues. Actually, in fact, tomorrow. So once the guideline is finalized, the department will accordingly inform the local government units with an official issuance and disseminated through our regional offices, the DILG regional and field offices. So anong content? First of all, the devolution transition plan, well, nakalagay po sa all LGUs, but in our guidelines, we're asking provinces, cities, and municipalities to prepare the devolution transition plan. And the provincial or the barangay transition plans, kasi wala naman silang organizational structure, but I think the first two components should be integrated in the city and the municipalities devolution transition plan. So ano ang gamit ng transition plan? Why are we asking them to do or to formulate a devolution transition plan? First of all, they should be used or serve as the LGU's roadmap to strategic perspective and systematic and coherent action towards full assumption of the devolved functions and services starting FY 2022. And as a document, it should be used to influence the design of the devolution transition activities of the national government agencies concerned. Kasi nakalagay dyan ano yung needs and requirements of local governments. And therefore should direct the NGA's support along the capacity requirement of specific local government units, no? Kung ano talaga ang specific needs unique to a local government. And then the plan can also be used to leverage support from the other governance stakeholders in cooperative undertaking during the devolution transition period and even the implementation of the EO and carrying out of the implementation of the devolved functions of local government units. So, ang ating mga development partners, civil society organization, and even private sector partners. And as provided in the EO, the devolution transition plan should guide DBM, DILG, and other national government agencies in monitoring the performance and assessing the performance of our local government units. Okay, so what are the components of the LGU devolution transition plan? So actually, 6 na po yan. Yung nasa gitna, yung LGU capacity requirements and OSSP, dinivide na natin into 2 different components. The first component is the state of devolved functions and services and facilities. This will describe the state of the devolved function and services based on Section 17 and other laws passed after the local government code. So this will have a parang stock taking and providing baseline information on the extent of implementation of the devolved function. The second component is the phasing of assumption of services and facilities of local government. So kung meron pa sila based on the state of devolution, the inventory, sorry po. So I'll continue. Okay, so the second component is the phasing of the assumption of function, services, and facilities. So based on the inventory, kung meron pang hindi pa na fully assume ang local governments and also those relevant PPAs that will eventually be probably downloaded by national government agency, they should be able to map out the full assumption of the devolved function and services. And the timing, which will include the timing and the resource requirements for the full assumption. So the phasing or the transitioning to full assumption, the phasing of the full assumption will be done within 3 years. Yan po yung nakalagay sa executive order. And then the third component is the capacity development requirement, which shall describe the capacity development requirements of local government units to be able to absorb, manage, and sustain the responsibilities under the fully devolved setup. The capacity requirements shall be informed by the result of the capacity assessment for the development of the capacity development agenda following the guidelines of the DILG Local Government Academy. And then kalahati po niyang nasa gitna is the organizational structure and staffing pattern, which will describe the proposed changes, if any, in the organizational structure and staffing pattern of LGUs to increase their organizational efficiency to fully assume the devolved functions and the PPAs to be devolved by concerned national government agencies. So, and then the fifth or the sixth the fifth component or the fifth component is the local revenue forecast and resource mobilization strategy, which will lay down the measures of local government units to stake back and unlock potential local revenue sources to address potential fiscal gaps that may occur in 2023 and in 2024 as consequence of the increased expenditure requirement to support local economic recovery from the effects of COVID-19 and the LGU's full assumption of the devolved responsibilities and the anticipated decrease in the national taxes allocation for FY 2023 and 2024. So we would like to balance also the shares from national with the increased efforts of local governments to mobilize local revenues. And then the last component is the performance targets for the devolved function. As NGA scaled down implementation of PPAs on the devolved functions and services, LGUs have to prepare to scale up and to be able to demonstrate measurable results in the delivery of devolved functions and services. So in this section, LGU will have to define their performance targets for devolved responsibilities starting FY 2022 onwards and describe their strategies in achieving these targets. Currently, DBM, DILG, and NEDA have introduced the provincial results matrix for provincial government to determine their performance level and their contribution to the Philippine Development Plan, or at least in the Regional Development Plan. Okay, so the next, to prepare for the devolution transition plan, the local government unit should spearhead the implementation or the preparation of the DTPs and ensure that these are completed and approved by the local sanggunian within the time frame indicated in the guideline. In the executive order, national government agencies are given 120 days. But then hindi naman specify that it will be the same for the LGU devolution transition plan. So in the guidelines, we're proposing that it will be also 120 days upon the issuance of this guideline. And we are suggesting, or the guidelines is suggesting, the creation of a devolution transition committee with minimum composition following the following: LCE, the local chief executive as the chair, local finance committee with members, local planning coordinator, the treasurer, and the budget officer. And then the administrator, the local administrator, concerned member of the local sanggunian, representative from the Liga ng mga Barangay or the ABC, then representative from local civil society organizations and people's organization who are members of the local development council. So dapat they are already members of the local development council. The devolution transition plan shall have to be reviewed and approved by the local sanggunian and approved through a sanggunian resolution. Okay, so the next slide will show us the sharing and communicating their LGDTPs, no? Hindi po submission. We would, kasi the main user of the LGDTPs are the local government units. So we would not like to call it submission because they will be the main user of what they formulated. But we would like them to share and communicate their LGDTPs so that national government can complement and provide assistance to local government units. So yung approved DTPs shall be submitted to the provincial government in the case of cities and municipalities, because we want the provincial government to have a hand, to have the information on the extent of services that will have to be fully assumed by the cities and municipalities, therefore providing them some guidance and direction and even support to their component cities and municipalities. But then it has to be submitted to the DILG regional offices along with the DTPs of highly urbanized cities and ICCs, then eventually to the DILG central office. And the LGUs can also share their DTPs to the regional national agencies to guide and direct NGA's assistance and capacity development support. No, doon pa lang sa regional office kasi they have to identify the capacity development requirements of specific local governments. So kailangan sa regional level alam na. So napaka-importante po yung role ng LGRC at saka Msac and the RDCs in this case. Then it can be submitted also to the national level, national government agencies. The DILG can even share what has been collected by the DILG to other national government agencies. The LGDTPs can also be shared with other institutional partners to seek support and to engage them in the implementation of during the transition and even implementation of the devolved function. Okay, so now with that, we would just like to share with you some of the contents or the main feature of the proposed LGU capacity development strategy. So LGUs are asked to formulate their capacity development agenda, and this should be guided or facilitated through the use or following the framework and the entry points for designing and delivering capacity development solutions for local government units, following the 6 pillars for capacity development. Medyo maliit po nakalagay dyan. I hope you can still see them. Structure, competency, knowledge and learning, management system, and enabling policy and leadership. So halos lahat ng it's very comprehensive capacity development strategy. Okay, the next slide, we're through a series of discussion, considering that LGUs have varying conditions and capacities, though they are given the same responsibilities under the local government code. No, they have varying conditions and capabilities to assume the devolved function. So in view of this, the department proposes for the adoption of the LGU capacity or LGU performance and capacity quadrant to classify or to categorize LGUs according to the levels of capacities and performance using the performance indicators or performance mechanisms that we already have, like the Seal of Good Local Governance. And this will help define the transition approaches that will respond to the distinct need of the local government vis-a-vis the requirement for full devolution. So dito, kung makita nyo, LGUs will be segmentized in accordance to performance and capacity. So yung sinasabi natin na quadrant 1, yung may high capacity, high performance, quadrant 2, low capacity, high performance, quadrant 3, low capacity, low performance, and quadrant 4, high capacity, low performance. And the quadrants will define how DILG and national government agency will actually provide or engage local government units. Now, for example, for first quadrant, high capacity, high performance, these are the LGUs that can already be served or can be sources of good practices, innovation, and exemplars in local governance. No? Pwede mo na silang, kumbaga sa amin, pwede nyo na silang pakawalan and let them evolve to a higher level of performance without possibly any comprehensive guidance. Yung quadrant 2, low capacity, high performance, no? Even with low capacity, meron silang high performance. We just have to enable them to unlock the capacity issues to seize the full promises of full devolution and reinforce performance as a result of targeted capacity development intervention. And then for quadrant 3, ito yung needing much of the assistance, no? Low capacity, low performance, we have to fully engage them to catch up with other local government units and to provide with targeted capacity development solution. No? While quadrant 4, yung may mga high capacity but low performance, we just have to energize them kasi meron na silang capacity but hindi lang naman maximize. No? We have to energize to translate into high performance in the context of full devolution through targeted capacity development intervention. So yung sinasabi nating targeted capacity development intervention sa next slide. So the quadrant will define ano yung extent and package of the interventions that we will be providing to local government units. So in accordance with following the yung aming categorization of fundamental, enabling, and developmental capacity requirements. So in fundamental, these are the capacities of local government units on planning, investment programming, budgeting, implementation, program implementation, and even M&E. So these are the core operations of local governments. Fundamental our capacity towards resilience, peace and security, connectivity, area-wide concerns, and towards complying with international commitments. While developmental are those capacities to achieve specific sectoral priorities based on devolved functions. So kung mapansin mo, yung fundamental, these are basically the function of the oversight agencies, NEDA, DBM, DILG, and DOF. No? While the enabling and the developmental, these are for our sectoral agencies, no, so that they can provide support. And you can see from the quadrant, parang dine-demonstrate lang natin the extent of capacity intervention packages that we have to provide. Nakita nyo, mas maliliit yung boxes for the first quadrant kasi high capacity and high performing na sila. And mas malaki ang interventions natin for those in the third quadrant, those LGUs with low capacity and low performance. So yung focus of attention and the extent of capacity building will depend on the capacity and performance of our local governments. So yun po yung ating proposal, right? This is what is being done at the national level through the leadership of the local government academy. Next, finally, ito yung component that we would like to highlight, the alignment of national and regional priorities. And I think our participants right now are very much involved or are critical to the attainment of this. Despite the evolution, we should strengthen the alignment of national and regional and local priorities. So included as part of the role of both national and local government units is the strengthening of vertical and horizontal linkage across different levels of local governments in development planning, investment programming, and budgeting. Right now, there are some systems already in place to facilitate this, which has to be strengthened and tweaked to adjust or to adapt to the full devolution that's happening right now. So we have the ELDIP, so e-budget and the ESRE. So hopefully, yung tatlong electronic systems na to will parang talk to each other so that may synchronize vertical linkage across planning, investment programming, budgeting, and even revenue mobilization or revenue. And then we also have as mentioned earlier, the provincial results matrix, which are now in place and hopefully can be strengthened to really fully address the concern on the alignment, vertical alignment across national, regional, and local governments. And the RDC to set, specifically in the EO provided in ito, the RDC to set the strategic direction to foster development of the regions and facilitate alignment of local plans, both CDP and CLUP, with the Regional Development Plan and the Philippine Development Plan. And third, the provincial oversight and coordination function of provincial governments to facilitate horizontal linkage naman through coordination, synchronization, and joint execution of programs and projects na parang may naputol at the local level. So we encourage yung provision of Section 33 of the Local Government Code, yung coordination and joint undertakings by local government units. So I think that's the last of my slide. Marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat at magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much as well, Director Ana. Maraming salamat po for being with us here today and for providing that informative updates po on EO138. So at this point po, I'm pretty sure that our participants have a lot of questions, hopefully, and clarifications from their end. So we'll be starting we'll now be proceeding and commencing to our open forum session. And at this point, may I call on our regional focal person at the DALG, Mimaropa, for full devolution, LG005, Sydney Pamela Behasa. Ma'am Sydney.
All right, thank you so much, Chelsea. Of our Executive Order number 138, and at the same time focus on the capacity development strategies on the implementation of our full devolution. All right, so again, we would like to express our gratitude to our resource speakers, Ma'am Rowena Marte from BBM, and of course our very own DILG-BLGD Director Ana Munagua. So we will. I know for sure that you have a lot of questions in mind, but before we take on your questions, so we could first initially type it on the chat box. We will first allow our speakers to catch their breath, and we would like them to be on board while we proceed sa ating next part ng ating discussion. First, we will have the sectoral reactors. Initially, we've invited or tapped representatives from various sectors, our Msac partners or representatives. First up, we have the representative from the Regional Line Agency, from the National Economic and Development Authority, Chief Economic Development Specialist, Ms. Cheryl B. Sarabia, for her reaction. Ma'am She, you have the virtual floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Sydney. On behalf of my regional director, Director Teng Mendoza, allow me to provide some reactions. But first, I'd like to congratulate muna the DILG for for successfully conducting this meeting and orientation. And also, I would like to thank Director Bonago and Ms. Marque for a very insightful and informative presentation. Like us, I hope the rest of the participants were updated and have a better appreciation of the DILG's efforts relative to the implementation of EO 138. So from the presentations, I'd like to highlight three major points. First is on the objectives of the EO. It is important to emphasize that the objectives of the executive order are to equalize opportunities, empower the local government units, and ensure decent outcomes. The increase of internal revenue allotment due to the Mandanes-Garcia ruling support the full devolution of certain functions to LGUs. The EO also empowers LGUs, which are in better possession, to provide basic services and facilities based on the needs of their constituents. Second is on the devolution transition plans. The formulation of devolution transition plans of the national government agencies and the local government units is critical in the success of the devolution process. The devolution transition plans will identify and clarify the functions and services that will be devolved to and per LGU level, standards for the delivery of devolved services, strategies for capacity development, monitoring and evaluation mechanism of the LGUs, and organizational effectiveness proposal. The devolution transition plans will also allow LGUs to ensure alignment and consistency of plans with that of the national government agencies. This will then ensure continuity of existing programs, projects, and activities in both levels of government and put into place necessary preparations for the implementation of awarded projects. And third is on the LGU's capacity development agenda. Our LGUs shall craft their capacity development agenda based on the assessment framework and guidelines to be issued by the DILG Local Government Academy for the implementation of various capacity development initiatives, which are anchored on the national government agencies' devolution transition plans, local development thrusts, and performance goals and objectives. Now, with regard to NEDA's involvement in the implementation of the full devolution, we are pleased to inform you that we have already recommended to our central office three major areas and entry points. First is on the technical assistance to local government units. We can assist in the formulation of their devolution transition plans, as I mentioned earlier, upon request of the LGUs, of course. Second is on the possible focus of Regional Development Council activities. We can assist the LGUs in strengthening their investment programming by conducting capacity building activities and promoting the region's priority programs, projects, and activities. These priority programs, projects, and activities may serve as their reference for possible implementation using their increased allotment from the implementation of Mandana's case ruling. And the provinces will also be encouraged to prepare investment programs that contain complementary or convergence projects to allow pooling of local resources to increase the project's results and outcome. And third and last is on the conduct of extensive information, education, and communication campaigns. We can conduct campaigns such as regional forum or webinar series to serve as an avenue to orient or appraise the LGUs and regional stakeholders on the salient features of the executive order on full devolution and the national government agencies' devolution transition plans, especially for grassroots stakeholders. And We can also assist in the dissemination of IEC materials on the salient features of the EO through the NEDA website and the RDC Facebook page. Thank you.
Ma'am She, and we also would like to commend the efforts, preparatory activities being undertaken by your office relative to the implementation of the full devolution. Thank you again, Ma'am She. And now we proceed to the reaction of our representative from the local resource institutes. May I call on the president of the Romblon State University, Dr. Marian Katahay Mani. Dr. Mani, you have the floor. Excuse me, President Mani. I think we cannot hear you, Dr. Mani. All right, I guess we can have give Dr. Mani some time to fix her audio. We will first call on the representative from our local government units, particularly our League of the Provinces of the Philippines, President Governor of Marinduque, Honorable Presbytero J. Velasco Jr. to be represented by PPDC Marian Hunanan. Ma'am Marian, are you on board?
Hi Sydney, hello. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Hindi na ako mag-camera para kasi medyo mahina ang internet. It's all right with the
all right, go ahead, Ma'am Marian.
The rest of the participants, hindi ko alam na kailangan ko magsalita, but actually when I was listening dun sa mga talks with DBM and that of Ma'am Ana. Hi Ma'am Ana. Director Ana Bonagua. Matagal na kasi ito minamadali ni Governor. Actually, I've been asking the ILG Provincial Office kung paano mag-take off. But thank you dito sa orientation na ito, and thank you kay Governor because he asked me really to attend. Not to represent him as the LPP and as Governor, but actually it is really an opportunity. May opportunity ko ito to listen to the discussion. Malaman yung takbo ng ating implementation ng Mandanas Garcia ruling because halos mid-year na and counting. So medyo ang alarming dito is yung 120 days starting off with the signing ng June 1, 2021. So nagbibilang ako kanina sa calendar. Para by October, eto na. Parang mabilis lang ang bilis lang ng araw and then hindi pa kami kakapag-start. I was about to question sana kanina to ask ni DBM yung tanong ko kung saan ba talaga dapat idea na mag-take off ang devolution transition plan, but it was presented or discussed naman ni Ma'am Director Ana na dapat ang LGU should start preparing now the devolution transition plan. Kasi yung iniisip ko dyan, sasaluhin ng local government units yung ipiprepare ng national government agencies. Of course, nakatali tayo dun sa Section 17 ng RA 7160. From there, pwede nang simulan. Actually, what we're planning is mag-iimbentaryo kami ng mga mandato, ng mga plans and programs because what I am thinking is that marami na rin naman actually from the Section 17 yung mga ginagawa natin ng LGUs are already being practiced naman ng LGUs. But then, syempre, kailangan medyo sabihin natin ready talaga ang LGUs come 2022, lalo na election year yun. So medyo mahirap on the part of the LGUs yan, lalo na sa mga local chief executives, sa local officials who will be seeking, alam mo na, next term. Mabigat yung implementation dahil merong mga ban, may mga election ban. So mahirap mabigat sa kanila yung implementation ng mga projects. So isa lang yung concern ko. Sana, although ang NEDA, she share, is saying na willing ang NEDA to capacitate, to help LGUs na mabuo yung devolution transition plan. Hopefully, meron tayong timeline Dahil nga meron tayong 120 days and sinasabi pa rin doon sa presentation kanina na kailangan pala nito ay merong approval ng sangguniang panlalawigan. So that's another step yun eh. So ibig sabihin, while there is a, what do you call this, bubuing committee for devolution transition plan, sana na isama na rin a representative from the sangguniang panlalawigan kasi medyo challenging yung pagdating doon sa presentation mo or seeking adoption sa sangguniang panlalawigan. Yung timeline ang tinitingnan natin on how soon we can do this. Fortunate lang ako, naka-attend ako as an LGU, pero I hope DILG also, dahil masipag naman, of course, partner natin ang DILG talaga dito. We can do this soon as possible kasi hindi ganun kadali. Yung presented kanina ni Director Ana, meron template, medyo mabigat na doon. Pinag-isipang mabuti yon pero medyo technical. So, hopefully makapacitate doon pa lang sa preparation pa lang ng devolution transition plan. Kailangan pa rin talaga namin na i-baby walk ninyo kami kasi mahirap yung magkakaharapin namin. But, syempre, ang concern namin dito is how soon we can do this. This is a period na kung saan ay planning and budgeting. And how soon malalaman ng provinces o ng LGUs, municipalities and barangays, magkano ba talaga yung tatanggapin namin by 2022? Kasi tapos na yung aming AIP, waiting for adoption na lang ng sangguniang panlalawigan. Budget call na ngayon eh. So, kailangan maumpisahan na namin yung pag-prioritize what to fund for 2022 given the increase. No? Magkano ba talaga yung pinag-uusapan natin increase? So, ang dami nating consideration na dapat tinitingnan. So, siguro yun muna, Ma'am Sydney. Baka mamaya, as we go along, meron pa rin akong medyo maitanong. Ano po? Thank you.
Arian, for your sharing. And of course, this will be just the start of our implementation of the full devolution. And likewise, we would like to extend our gratitude to Governor Velasco for his support, unceasing support to this undertaking. Now may we call on again the President of the Romblon State University, Dr. Marian Manny, for her reaction. Dr. Manny, you have the floor. Hello po, Dr. Manny. We still can hear you. Alright, I guess kailangan pa po ng more time ni Dr. Manny to fix her audio. So, Secretariat, can you flash our open forum mechanics? We will go back to Dr. Manny after our open forum for her reaction. Alright, for our open forum, we have two ways to raise our questions to our resource persons. First, you can raise your hand through by clicking the raise hand button at the lower right part of your screen. You can click the reactions and then the raise hand button for you to ask your questions verbally. Just indicate or just specify the concerned resource person who you would like to answer your question. And then another mode for you to seek clarification on your question is through our Zoom chat box. Just type in your question in our Zoom chat box and I will raise the questions to our resource persons. Just indicate the concerned RS that you would like to answer your question. And another reminder is that our open forum will only be until 4:20. But rest assured that all unanswered additional questions can be raised to our concerned RS using the Google form link to be provided by the training management team at the end of the session. So first up, we have From DILG Oriental Mindoro, Sir Dennis Beltran for his question. Sir, you can unmute now. And may I call in Director Ana and Ma'am Rowena Marte of DBM to open their camera so that we can put you on the spotlight.
Hi po, magandang hapon po. Thank you, Sid. Good
Go
afternoon,
ahead, sir.
Director Ana, saka po sa kay Ma'am Marte from DBM. Siguro po, first in my line of questions would be, I would just like to be clarified. Siguro po kay Director Ana. With respect po dun sa 120 days period na NGAs are to come up and be approved with their development transition plan, are the LGUs required to wait for the approval of this DTP before they can proceed with their own DTPs? Kasi po, riding on from the concerns of Ma'am Marian of Marinduque, I think it's also important and critical that the timing of the transition plans of the LGUs will coincide with our regular schedule for budgeting, as this will also implicate changes in our corresponding development plans, investment plans, as we are obviously always telling our LGUs that they must be interconnected and aligned in that sense. Kasi counting po kung 120 days, sabi nga po ni Mama Ana, kung isagad po yun ng mga NGAs, that would be October. Tapos another 120 days and that would be over and beyond 2021 na po. Kung so mga LGUs po would be allowed to prepare in that time frame. Yun po, thank you.
Hello, ako ba muna, Weng? Well, yes, in the EO, no, specifically provided the 130 days for the national government agencies. But I think earlier on, while anticipating or waiting for the EO, the DBM already have initiated the preparation or required the preparation of the NGA devolution transition plan, and the deadline given was the same time as the preparation or the submission of the 2020 to budget of national government agencies. So I think by this time, maybe Weng can report, there are a good number of national government agencies that already have submitted to DBM. Kailangan lang ayusin. And there are already inception reports that has been conducted, particularly I think DOH, DSWD, DA, disseminating or sharing to local government units the plans and or what are the contents of the devolution transition plan of these national government agencies. On the second question, the LGUs does not have to wait for the completion of the devolution transition plans of national government agencies, kasi it should start with the inventory of the devolved functions that the LGUs are already carrying out. Kung lahat naman na nasa local government code and even those laws passed after the local government codes are already being carried out and implemented by local government units, that's good, no? So what they just have to prepare are for those PPAs, no, we would like to call it new functions, PPAs that will have to be downloaded by national government agencies if these are applicable and practical for your local government units. Kasi hindi po mandatory. While nandyan si Ms. Weng, ang stand natin sa DILG for local government units ay kung you are already implementing those programs along with the devolved functions, you don't necessarily have to assume or to absorb anything kasi you're already doing it. So yung national programs will just enhance the delivery of your services. No? Yun yung nakikita natin. Except siguro ang malaking transitioning is for those programs that provide subsidies to the constituents of local government units. Kasi kung, let's say, DSWD's programs with subsidies to the constituents of LGUs will have to be scaled down or to stop, the local government has to provide the funding and financing for those subsidies currently being implemented by national government agencies. So yun yung tingin namin, no? We're targeting the end of June To release the EO, may one final consultation along with the leagues of local governments. We have done the consultation with the national government agencies and the oversight agencies. No, kailangan lang natin ng final vetting with the leagues, LGU leagues. And then it can be released hopefully by start of July. Tama po kayo, hinahabol namin yung budgeting period of local government so that may seamless connection yung budgets and devolution transition plans of our local government. Similarly with what DBM did with the national government agencies. Thank you.
Anna, for that concise response to the question. So we'll be expecting a supplemental issuance by the first week of July related to the implementation of EO 138. Ma'am Marte, would you like to add on that?
Yes, good afternoon. So as mentioned by Director Anna, the national government agencies have already started crafting their devolution transition plans because their DTPs will be required to support their budget proposals. So ginagawa na po nila yan. Also, in the local budget memorandum number 82, we have attached as annex the services of being implemented or PPAs being implemented by the national government agencies that will be discontinued or will be fully assumed by the local government units. So from there, they could, yes, as Ma'am Anna said a while ago, from there they could start the inventory kung ano ba yung mga services na ginagawa na nila in line with those programs na ini-implement ng national government agencies. Thank you.
Marte, for that additional input. We also have a question in our chat box related to the specific timeline for the preparation of the LGU devolution plans. So is there a prescribed template of the specific content of each major component, and how will LGU craft their LGU DTP? What are the specific process or steps in crafting it? This one is from the LG Calapan. Director Anna, would you like to respond to the question?
Okay, actually, the guidelines contains the required components at dun sa each of the required components have attachment template. So madali namang gagawin ng local governments. They would just have to describe what's in the template. So kung, for example, in the first component, the state of devolution, it would just be really an inventory of what they are currently implementing vis-a-vis what is provided under Section 17 of the Local Government Code and other laws. And then the phase assumption, yung second component, will just describe the phasing, yung mga natira na hindi pa nila kini-carry out, and including those that will be probably downloaded or to be absorbed by local government units from national government PPAs. They will just have to phase kung kailan nila kayang i-absorb within 3 years, no? Kasi the transition talks about 3-year transition period from 2022 to 2024, and the corresponding resources they need, capacities, increased personnel, and maybe additional financial resources, so that it can be also a source of information as national government also transition. So all the components are supported by templates, and we try to make it very simple but informative so that they can comply also with that 120-day required period for the preparation. Kasi what is more important is the implementation. And considering that tama si Miss Marian, hi Marian, we are mid-year, no? We only have 6 months to go na before 2022. So we have to really prepare the devolution transition plan and make improvements as we go along the implementation. Wala namang perfect plan. So, okay.
Related question regarding that, Director Anna, from DOH Mimaropa, will there be workshops on the formulation of the DTP for LGUs, and can NGAs be joining the workshop as well? And what's the timeline for the preparation?
Yes po, there will be workshop. This will coincide also with the workshops of Local Government Academy in the preparation of CapDev agenda. So dalawa, sabay na nating i-conduct, no, sabay. And this will be done through the regional and provincial offices of the DILG. So our national government agency partners can participate either in the regional and the provincial offices of or in the regional and provincial level orientation. But then definitely the ILC will really be fully hand-holding our local government units in the preparation of the devolution transition plans. Kasi kailangan ding resource person ang national government agencies when they do prepare that kasi yung inputs regarding anong PPAs that will be scaled down should be given or should be informed to local government units.
Dr. Ana. This next question is from DSWD Mimaropa to Ma'am Rowena Marte, to DBM. Same concern expressed by Ma'am Conanan of Marinduque. How soon will the LGUs know how much funds they need to program for next year?
As I have presented po kanina, we have already released or issued the local budget memorandum number 82. And kasabay po nun, we have already provided regional offices of the individual shares of LGU. So they have to coordinate with the regional offices. DBM regional offices for the individual shares po ng LGUs. Available na po siya mo.
That clarification, Ma'am Rowena Marte. Another question naman po, this one is from DAP for Director Ana. I would like to clarify who expected to assess LGU capacity and performance based on the quadrants shown earlier. Will the guidelines specify the criteria for each? Director Ana?
Actually, it will be done by the ILG, no, using our performance assessment mechanisms. So yung pag-categorize ng local governments will be done by the ILG. Probably, kasi it will be done at the regional offices, so our regional offices can also invite our national agency partners at the regional level. But this will be done by the national government agencies through the leadership of LGA. But then yung capacity development agenda of the LGUs will provide also additional inputs in categorizing kasi it will define ano yung respective needs of the local government. So aside from putting them in a certain quadrant, in identifying ano ba yung specific requirement, it will be coming from the capacity development agendas of LGUs. But the quadrants will be done by DILG, maybe with the support of national government agencies.
On that, Director Ana, is that when can we expect the issuance of the updated guidelines in the preparation of the capacity development agenda?
Well, dapat si LGA magsabi niyan. But I think sabay lalabas, halos sabay. Kasi pareho lang yung process namin ngayon that we are already in the final stage of the approval. So I think before the end of June or early July, sabay halos lalabas yung guidelines for the capacity development agenda and guidelines for the devolution transition plans of local governments.
Question po, maybe it can be answered by Director Ana or Ma'am Marte. What are the repercussions, if any, if the local government units fail to formulate their DTPs?
Siyempre, paano siya, wala siyang guide, no, in carrying out the transition, first of all. And the LGU will not be able to provide the needed capacity development assistance from the national government agency kasi hindi niya ina-inform. And second, I think it's will be part of the guidelines under GEF, Growth Equalization Fund, that eligibility for the release of the GEF will be contingent in the formulation of the devolution transition plan of local government units. So kung eligible sila, sayang naman kung hindi niya makuha dahil wala siyang devolution transition plan.
GEF, ma'am, we
Growth
saw
Equity, Growth Equity Fund. Siguro si Ms. Weng can further elaborate on that.
Speaking of GEF din po, we saw Director Aris from DBM came in just now. So we acknowledge the presence of Director Aris. Good afternoon, sir. Maybe you can also join us in the open forum because we have a question related to GEF. stated in Section 8 of the EO 138 that a GEF shall be proposed by the ComDev to Congress to address issues on marginalization, unequal development, high poverty incidence, and disparities in the fiscal capacities of LGU. The question is, how sure are we that year by year this fund will be included in the General Appropriations Act? Would you like to respond on that, Ma'am Marte or Director Aris? Sir, Director Aris, I think you're on mute.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Apo.
Yes, I think that was part of the presentation of Ms. Weng kanina. So the growth equity fund will be part of the transition to enable the LGUs, especially the poor and the lagging LGUs, to deliver the functions that will be devolved to them. And well, since the growth equity fund will be charged against the national government, first, it will depend on the available fiscal space of the national government. So for 2022, we are almost certain that there will be fund that we will allocate for the growth equity fund. But in 2023, kasi parang ano lang naman yan hindi naman yan year in year out talaga na ibibigay, and we will not provide the same amount, because the entitlement of each LGU to a growth equity fund will depend on their performance. It will also have a set of specific projects that the LGUs may implement. So for this year, this 2022, ilalagay pa natin yan. But of course, sa 2023, we have to consider that by that time, there will already be a new administration. So it will also depend on the priority of the next administration. But if we are to follow the present executive order, siguro at least sa 2024, which will be the period of full devolution as embodied in the EO, ibibigay pa rin natin yan. So sabi ko nga po, 2022 meron yan. Sa 2023, it may still be there, or it may no longer be there, depending on the priority of the administration. But if the present EO will still be in effect by that time, then meron pa rin pong amount. So there may be different criteria, different governance reforms that we want to espouse, or different project menu. So we do not know yet kung ano po yung mangyayari sa 2023. What we can only speak of presently is the 2022, which is still part of this present administration.
Well noted, Director Aris. Sort of follow-up question, is the GEP separate, different from NTA? GEF separate from NTA?
Yes, it's a separate fund. It's on top of the national tax allotment shares of the local government units. Initially, we are thinking of having it lodged under the local government support fund. So baka isama po yan sa local government support fund, which is one of the special purpose funds allocated under the General Appropriations Act of the national government. So national government fund pa rin po yan, and it will be on top of the national tax allotment.
Director Aris, for that clarification. Another question for DBM, should the 2020 population census be approved by end of December 2021, will there be differential in the downloading of the 2022 national tax allocation for the LGUs?
Well, we do not know yet if the 2020 census of population will be approved within the year, although based on our latest information from the Philippine Statistics Authority, sabi nila dati, they are targeting to submit the proposal to the Office of the President by May. So kung natuloy yung May na na submission sa OP, baka nasa OP na yun. But one thing's for sure, wala pang presidential proclamation declaring the 2020 census as official for all purposes. But if and only if the 2020 census of population will be approved mula ngayon hanggang December 31, 2021, then we will use that in the computation or allocation of the 2022 NTA shares of LGUs.
Answer, Director Aris. Ayan. So now po we will have another question naman. This time, this is for Director Ana. How will the implementation of the full devolution affect the current efforts in the localization of the PDP and SCGs? For specific context, context the preparation and updating of the provincial results matrices?
Yeah, okay. Actually, dapat maisabay natin to, no? Kasi considering that NEDA already updated the results matrix, the Philippine Development Plan, dapat may cascading din ng to the local government units. However, we waited for the implementation sana ng Supreme Court ruling so that the information can be part of the preparation for the implementation of the Supreme Court ruling. And the updated PDP will be part of or will be rolled out separately as we continuously roll out our initiative on the results matrix for provincial results matrix, kasi doon ang gagaling yun. It streams from the Philippine Development Plan to the Regional Development Plan and results matrix to the provincial results matrix. So I think that is part of the content of the devolution transition plan. So yan yung mga ancillary preparation that will have to be in place for the smooth transitioning. It does not have to happen all together this 6 months, but as we go along the transition, that will be part of. So sasabay-sabayan, no, yung alignment, harmonization, performance monitoring, improving our performance monitoring for local government units, as well as our initiative for convergence and oversight of the provincial government. So yun din yung aming advocacy ngayon sa, I think, maraming provincial government representative right now. Hi, Marian. For the provincial government to really take on their oversight responsibilities over their component cities and municipalities to start with, then saka na yung cities and municipalities over their barangays, para there will be a coherent, at least siguro will facilitate coherence and convergence within the LGUs, at least within the province, within the cities and municipalities.
Director Ana, marami pong salamat. For our last question, this one's from DOH Mimaropa. It was mentioned in one of the consultations of DOH on the DTP that the classification of municipalities will be revisited and updated. When can we expect for the latest classification of our LGUs? Because this will influence the prioritization and planning. Director Ana or Director Aris and Ma'am Weng, would you like to respond to that?
I think yung classification na sinasabi niya is the income classification of local government units. There has to be a legislation to be passed by Congress to renew or to give authority to the DOF, DLGF to reclassify, no, kasi merong DOJ opinion that they do not have the authority. So it has to be, minamadali na yan, no? Actually, I think there are already recently several consultation and hearing done, and hopefully sana before matapos yung taon there will already be a new income classification that will be passed by Congress. So we are all awaiting for that.
Ana, Ma'am Weng or Director Aris, would you like to add to that?
Well, tama yung sinabi ni Director Ana. Nasa Kongreso na yan, and I think it will require legislation based on the opinion of the Department of Justice. So just like the DILG and the DOF, we are also fully supportive of the income classification. Kasama po kami sa nagdadasal na sana maaprubahan na yan sa Kongreso para ma-update na natin yung income classification ng bawat LGUs, and of course to enable us to reflect the real fiscal status of each LGU in the, sa example, allocation of funds and other initiatives requiring the income classification of each LGU. So yun po yung status na sabi ng Director Ana, and I just manifested our support as part of the oversight agencies. Thank you po.
Sorry, Aris. For our last question, can we hear the timeline for the workshop of the DTP preparation? Director Ana?
So I think kasi we're expecting this to be passed, signed, or the guidelines to be passed by end of June. So starting July, probably siguro second, third week, along with the schedule of the local government academy, sabay pong i-roll out and sabay yung mga consultation workshops for both the LGU DTPs and CapDev agenda of local governments. So mga July, second week of July probably.
Yan. So maraming salamat po sa ating resource speakers from DBM. We have Ms. Rowena M. Marte and Director Jan Aris Macaspac, and of course our DILGB LGD Director Annalisa Bonagua. Thank you so much to our resource speakers. And now to cap off our open forum, may I again call on Dr. Manny from Lone State University.
Hopefully, I'll be audible this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the... Okay. So, to our Regional Director, Director William Soyco, and the Assistant Regional Director, Ray S. Maranan, to Director Annalisa Bonagua. Hi, ma'am. It's nice to see you here. It has been a long time. And to other resource persons, the participants to the Mimaropa Lrc Msac orientation meeting, good afternoon. LGUs have to scale up in delivering its services to carry out its devolved functions. And the way to scaling up services is through various CapDev offered by local government academy. And they have created the LGRC with the help of the Msac so that all the CapDev resources will be available locally. The multi-sectoral advisory committee then should be strengthened because it is a unique platform for convergence, if not the best platform, where different sectors and line agencies converge and harmonize its programs for local government. It is a dynamic center for learning where knowledge sharing or local governance is institutionalized, thus providing a mechanism in preparing local governments for the implementation of the full devolution. Ang tinitingnan lang po natin in one of our sessions in Sibale, talking about EO 130 as offering our Chief Administrative Officer, Attorney Sartilio, as the resource speaker, was that overwhelming po kasi ang tinitingnan ay malaki ang magiging pondo. Pero po ang challenge is kung paano ito hahawakan at kung paano ito ipoprogram ayon sa pangangailangan ng bawat LGU. So that is the big challenge. So SUC's entry point then in the convergence could be provider of technical assistance, we can be facilitators of trainings, or even share our expertise as resource person and our meager resources as part of our extension program. We can also offer expertise in preparations for popularized education materials, or even conduct researches or training in the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of EO 138. I am quite familiar with how the LGRC and Msac operates to complement with LGU functions and continuous improvement of its delivery of services, I being one of the accredited accreditors and evaluators of LGRC, trained in the Local Government Academy in 2012, 2013, and 2014. And I have been requested to accredit LGRC in Region 1 and in Region 8. So I think personally I could help in the establishment and strengthening of the LGRC in Mimaropa. I'm offering my help. So we know also that the LGRC serves as the repository of knowledge and data. And in this VUCA world, data is very important. It is imperative to use data science and data analytics in designing the priorities and programs for our respective LGU. And I think SUCS can help in doing this. Through Local Government Resource Center, the chance of strengthening of local government's capacity will be possible with partnership among or between agencies. And we will be able to cope up this challenge brought about by the implementation of the EO 138. SUCs can be a strong and willing partners of the local government through the Msac in many ways. So hopefully our partnership will be sealed and we will have that commitment because we are all public servants and it is an opportunity to serve our constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manny. I think it was fate that you be our last reactor. It was a great
Closing remarks.
Yes po, it was a great way to wrap up our open forum session and to emphasize really the role of our target MSAC partners, especially po no, yung ating mga SUCs and LRIs in the region. I think Marinduque State College po privately messaged us on what can really be the role of the SUCs po dito sa ating MSAC. And I think you perfectly captured yung atin pong kayang gawin para po sa ating MSAC. Thank you so much po, Director Manny. Maraming salamat po. Okay, so that wraps up our open forum session. Again, we want to emphasize that for all further clarifications and additional questions, may it be on the full devolution or our next steps for the MOA, LGRC, and MSAC, you may input them in the link provided in our chat group po, sa Zoom chat box po natin. You can still input them and we'll do our best to get back to you the soonest regarding your questions. And to give appreciation naman po para sa ating mga naging resource speakers, we would like to take this opportunity to present yung ating pong Certificate of Appreciation kay Director John Aris S. Macaspac as represented by Ma'am Rowena Marte po from the DBM Local Government and Regional Coordination Bureau for sharing his and her valuable time, knowledge, and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of the Mimaropa LGRC MSAC Orientation Meeting Rebuilding Regional Linkages for the Full Devolution Setup held on June 21, 2021, given this 21st day of June 2021. So, maraming salamat po kay Ma'am Rowena and kay Director Aris po no sa pag nakaabot po no. Maraming salamat po. And of course, we would also like to award the same Certificate of Appreciation to Director Annalisa F. Bonagua, CESO 3 of our own BILG, Bureau of Local Government Development, for sharing her valuable time, knowledge, and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of the Mimaropa LGRC MSAC Orientation Meeting given held on June 21, 2021, given on this 21st day of June 2021. Thank you very much po. Maraming salamat po and hopefully we can tap you again for our further CapDev activities naman po in regards to the full devolution setup. Maraming salamat po. And at this point, we'll take this opportunity to have a brief back or to present a brief back of our activity this afternoon. No? So remember earlier po, we wanted to address or to answer 3 questions that we have. So for the first question, as a brief back, this is just an answer po to those 3 objectives that we had. So the LGRRC enables the Mimaropa region to achieve excellence in local governance and people empowerment, not only as direct capacity builders, but also by serving as a convergence zone for knowledge management and multi-stakeholder partnership. And second question po natin kanina was about the MSAC. So the MSAC is a network of institutions working together to leverage and share knowledge for local governance, capacity development, and excellence. And number 3 po is the role of the LGRC and the MSAC in the implementation of the full devolution. So specifically po, and as mentioned na po kanina na ating mga resource speakers, under the Section 9 of the EO 138, it emphasizes the optimization of the LGRCs as the convergence platform among government line agencies and other third-party service providers for LGU capacity development for the implementation nga po ng ating EO 138. So again po, perfectly encapsulated din po siya ni Director Manny na the MSAC through the LGRC will really serve as the capacity developers po, no? Yung pool natin ng capacity developers para po sa ating LGUs sa pagpe-prepare nila sa full devolution setup. And at this point po, we also want to present our initially proposed ways forward. Ayun po. Thank you din po. Thank you so much po, Direk Ana. As mentioned po earlier, you still may raise your questions regarding the mechanics for our MOA signing, specifically po yung ating mga logistical and or admin concerns. So you may reach out to the email address that we use to send po yung ating mga invitations. It's lgrc.mimaropa@gmail.com. So we'll be actively coordinating with you naman po, your respective offices after this orientation to finalize and to proceed po, no, hopefully with everyone here present today sa ating pong virtual MOA signing. And that is tentatively scheduled on July 7, 2021. That's on a Wednesday po. We'll provide or will communicate this po through official communication to your respective offices. And we'll coordinate na lang nga rin po offline. And another ways forward po that we want to propose is, given all of our learnings today, our second SEM meeting agenda for our first meeting po, no, as an organized Msac starting this year or starting 2021 is to focus on the CapDev roadmap in relation with the EO 138 implementation, as well as the development of the devolution transition plan of guidelines for our LGU. So hopefully po, after natin makapag Msac virtual MOA signing, we can proceed, as mentioned po kanina, July po, no, ma-release yung ating guidelines as well as yung ating CapDev agenda formulation toolkit. We'll take this as trigger or as our stepping stones po para po dun sa ating meeting. So, ayun po, you can share your additional questions, queries, feedback, learnings po, no, even you can share that with us through the links provided in our chat box. For everyone po requesting para po dun sa ating presentation materials, all the presentation materials po para po sa ating 3 sessions will be uploaded by end of day dito rin po sa link na nasa chat box for your reference po and further appreciation. Again, maraming salamat po. I'm Chelsea Tamayo, the Assistant LGRC Coordinator of DILG Mimaropa Region. And now to wrap up our meaningful and eventful orientation meeting this afternoon, may we call on and may we have the pleasure of having our Assistant Regional Director for DILG Mimaropa, as well as our LGRC Manager, ARD Reyes Maranan, CESO 5, to deliver his closing message. Hello po, ARD. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Chels, and we thank everyone. Good afternoon po. Several word takeaways gusto lang natin i-share to everyone. Firstly is our appreciation, our deepest appreciation sa bawat isa na nandito ngayon on board. Sa ating mga resource persons, of course, our very own, our pride, si Ma'am Annalisa Bonagua of our BLGD, at from our friends and partners from the DBM. Thank you for giving us yung highlights ng dapat natin pag-usapan about Executive Order 138 as regards the full devolution. Hindi ito devolution, full devolution ang word from the executive order. And of course, sa ating mga national agency partners, mula sa academe, nandiyan din sila, the presidents of our local resource institutes, at saka ang ating mga CSOs at private sector representatives. We thank you so much, our deepest appreciation and gratitude sa inyong pagdalo sa ito sa ating initial na presentation or activity for the Msac or of the LGRC. Maraming beses naming inattempt na mag-share ng inputs o kaya i-present itong full devolution o itong devolution na sinasabi. But then parang hilaw pa na recipe pa lang ng niluluto ang pwedeng maipresenta ayon sa cookbook. It's the recipe para siyang pwede nating i-share. And it's the timing kung kailan luto na at napirmahan ng executive order, hindi na siya draft na guidelines kasi baka may naalis pa, may naidagdag pa ng mga salient points, kung ano yung actual na nilalaman ng ating executive order. Ang gusto nating ma-present and accordingly may mga additional pa na mga bagay like what the DILG is doing as regards dito sa full devolution na ito para sa ating local government units. Ang gaganda ng insights from our Bureau of Local Government Development saying the timeline kung kailan ang ating mga devolution transition plans ay dapat maisagawa, ano yung mga kaukulang workshops na kailangan mangyari, ano yung mga dapat pag-uusap ng mga ahensya so that all the things na kanilang dapat na i-discontinue ng mga programa at tatanggapin na ng ating mga LGUs para sila na magpaganap nito ay kita natin na ngayon ay na-share. Kaya timing is one thing na binigyan natin ng emphasis on when to share this particular subject of devolution to our LGUs and to our warriors on the ground, ang ating field officer and everyone involved sa aspeto ng governance in the Mimaropa region. And that is today. Timing also in the sense na sinabi sa Executive Order 138 na ang convergence platform para sa pagbibigay ng kaalaman, capacity development activities sa ating mga LGUs is through the local governance resource centers, ang ating LGRC. And what better way na i-present natin ang LGRC sa araw na ito. And together with the LGRC, ano yung magpapalakas, magpapaganda ng ating local governance resource center sa Mimaropa kung hindi yung pagtutulungan ng mga ensya sa pamamagitan ng ating Msac o yung ating Multi-Sectoral Advisory Committee composed of ating mga agencies and most important personalities natin na gumaganap at nag-share ng governance dito sa Mimaropa region. And that is why we have presented to you the proposed scheme of cooperation or the manner of cooperation nating mga ahensya ng mga bawat involved through the Memorandum of Agreement. And well said by Ma'am Marian Mani of the Romblon State University in saying na ito ang isa sa, kung hindi man ito yung best way, ito ang one unique way of how we can improve our things in giving to our local government units what our intent of capacitating them in providing them their much needed learnings para matugunan nila ang hamon ng full devolution. So every one of us is one thing na makapag-contribute on how our LGUs could be capacitated. And for that matter, thank you. At hindi na kami mahihirapan. I-convince kayo na kindly share your strengths, share your learnings to the DILG, to our fellow agencies by way of our convergence platform, by way of our Msac. And for that matter, pwede bang i-formalize natin ito come July 7 sa ating isasagawang MOA signing? Ito by bilateral, DILG with a particular agency or multilateral as what we did the previous years. So pwede nating pag-usapan yan at nang ma-finalize on what should we do sa ating formal agreement. At the last thing, after appreciation sa ating lahat, after stating the timing is of the essence, last thing na gusto natin sabihin ay yung prayer. Prayer for the continuous collaboration of everyone, continuous provision of our assistance to our LGUs, because in the end, after all the things ay i-discontinue natin at ibibigay sa kanila, sila ang magsisilbing tulay ng government para sa pagbibigay ng services sa ating mga needing na mamamayan. So with this, on behalf of our dear RD Wilhelm Suico, we thank everyone for your presence, for your valuable time sa inyong mga sharings and everything para maging successful ang ating pag-uusap na ito ngayong hapon. Good day everyone, and thank you from the DILG.
Thank you so much, ARD, and thank you everyone for attending our Mimaropa LGRC Msac orientation meeting, Rebuilding Regional Linkages for the Full Devolution Setup. Maraming salamat po, and we hope that we can continue our partnership po, no, and starting with our virtual MOA signing. Maraming salamat po everyone. We hope that you stay safe, and all of our relevant links are chatted again in our Zoom chat box. Maraming salamat po, and stay safe and keep healthy po everyone. Thank you very much.